All right, we are live. It is a beautiful, beautiful day, beautiful night. I'd like to come in and say victory, it's a win, but really, nobody won out of the last week. Quite regrettable that all of that had to happen, and just looking forward to moving forward. And as a creator, and how's the sound right now? Can everybody hear me? Should be good. Should be good. But yeah, that's agreed with Paul. We're taking down all of the hateful attack videos against each other. I have already removed the ones on Crypto Alchemist, as well as their members only right now on the BurnEye, but that they will remain up on Rumble exclusively for free, but we'll be taking them down, making them private on all of the both YouTube channels as the strikes are removed, and hopefully there will be no more strikes, and we can just get on with making great content. And why I've done what as a creator, why it was so important was another main reason that this affected so much is that he had taken part of the drama was that my interview with Dutch, my most successful 5-hour long stream, was taken down over 5 minutes of his appearance. And that over working with Paul over the last 4 years, as we are good friends, and I hope the best for him. And privately, he's announced, that his OF thing was a mistake, that he's not even going to be doing that. So congratulations that your community donated you a bunch of money. You can move forward with your trips to Malta, hopefully Egypt and India as you planned. With your companion, and keep doing the great video work that you always do. And that he does great video work. I never wanted his channel taken down. None of us ever did. And that part of the strikes that he had put in, by having those strikes against me and targeting my most successful video, it left me extremely vulnerable in that I have shared in promoting his own work over the years, as I do with many other channels, just sharing the knowledge and everybody's good work, and getting the debate and the exposure out there, sort of thing, that I had done in honor of his Brucey bonus section, the little extra that Paul does in his works, that I would include some of his latest videos and research into a lot of my own several hour streams. And that then I made me extremely vulnerable, as well as the 10 other very, very good streams that me and Paul had done together over the years, that were several hours long, of both my own work as well as his own work. And that it was very regrettable that it all went the way it did. And that because I do care about that individual, of why I did not engage on just repeating those strikes that had such consequences of it, and that hopefully we can all move forward. If it has to go our own ways, but that part of the agreement settlement that I agreed with Paul was all of the positive work that we've done together is able to be remained up on my channels and, visible on YouTube, as it is very great collaborative work, and he does great work, and that there's no regrets about that at all. And that that is one of the biggest issues and driving forces between what I did, why I did, and that I'm glad and hopeful that it has been resolved, and I wish him the best going forward. As for some of the hilarious accusations and misunderstandings, that I was in Washington, D.C., for those that missed it. So for a quick recap, these 3 videos that, we're targeting negative, as well as the one from a day or 2 ago, they're now members only on Crypto Alchemist and on BurnEye. But Crypto Alchemist, the memberships aren't active, so it essentially means it's private, and I will be making them private as soon as the strikes are fully through and removed, as well as on the BurnEye as well. They will be going to private, as that drama stuff, that's not what this channel is about. But other channels do engage in this sort of drama, but they also, they do it in good ways of trying to bring accountability, as well as engaging the community and stuff like that. And for instance, shout out to Drew World Order, Chalk Body Outline, Get Chalked Up are his 2 channels, and Benton, an amazing other co-streamer of that community that engages does a lot of community talk, and that I'll join in lives, restreams them. But since it's not like the science or the alternative history, more mainstream and can be political and belief controversial stuff, I do make that members only after those streams. But it's available. I do have the memberships on BurnEye, but of course you can just go over to their channels, subscribe, and watch it for free if that sort of stuff interests you. But that is why I make these sort of streams private afterwards, but enjoy engaging in them to engage, hear the different communities and what's out there. Looking forward that I'm going to be doing next week, hopefully it should be, sadly we had to reschedule, but Cameron and Phil doing more of the electro culture, and myself, I've been gathering the past couple days a whole bunch of soil, as well as planters, potters, to start doing the seeds and doing the setups for the experiments. Oh my god, right? Like, oh yes, so to clear that, yeah, the whole Illuminati confirmed thing, right? Like, I went to Washington, so supposedly I went to Washington. Where did that come from? So to get where that came from, I guess Paul clearly misread. Oh, it's not. Oh, this is BurnEye. See, it's not even on BurnEye. It was a restream. Why it wasn't on both my channels, and why it was only on Crypto Alchemist. Not because I'm trying to hide it. Some sleazy secret operation, Bernie's expedition to Washington, D.C. for taking down Paul. But no, it's was Jeremy Reese's, the alien scientist, a good friend of this channel, and more great work to be coming with. As the whole APEC community and teams, like Jeremiah Pop, like, of course, Tim Ventura, and Tim Ventura restarting with Mark Sokol, of course, as well, and the whole community APEC, and that we will be doing the once a month APEC conferences and Saturday afternoon streams again coming up. And yeah, see, Master 33 Builder. Yeah, I only ever was a 1 degree and never even became a 3rd, so I never even got behind that closed door before getting into arrears and getting the boot. You don't pay your cash money fees; they don't keep you. And if you're a criminal, aren't allowed in, or you get booted out too. So. Yeah, that was another thing. 10 charges. Like, I've got two convicted simple weed possession charges. I don't even I just had a police check done a couple of months ago trying to get a weed job. It's funny, but right, all the dirty laundry, all of the darkest secrets, the worst of BurnEye possible all being revealed. And then, exponentially purple monkey dishwasher add-ons to such situations. Okay, now I remember. What am I looking at? This right here. But it won't have the sound. Anyway, point being, it was Jeremy Reese here, the alien scientist, as well as his good friend, our channel's good friend, Mark Sokol. Mark Sokol's heads right in the middle there. Jeremy Reese, I guess, was sitting on the right, and myself, a Canadian, definitely not there. It's kind of right. So it was pretty ridiculous, pretty hilarious. But for all of the super paranoid schizophrenics out there, and sorry, I'm not trying to be hateful, just trying to make a joke. I guess that's Illuminati confirmed, right? But no. I keep getting Instagram offers of people that claim to be Illuminati that will apparently give me millions of dollars. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, right, sure. Well, drop off $1 million and then no. I just, yeah, I'm currently a broke ass that has been surviving off of all of your amazing people's generosity, and because of your ongoing generosity and donations, I have been able to pick up a few bags of soil, as well as a bunch of potting trays, some pots, and I'm going to be doing the seeding and the planting here in the next couple of days, and by the end of this week also making the antennas for the electroculture and getting the electroculture as well as the monoatomic colloidal waters experiments, the seeding planted, and also planting the garden seeds outside. What up? Shout out Grandmaster UV, my man. Good to see you. Shout out Ross. So shout out to everybody in the chat. It's awesome to have you all here. And to move forward to show what we're doing. So yeah, Jeremy, the alien scientist, epic stuff. And speaking of Jeremy, the alien scientist, and his trip to the UFO UAP Congress hearing a week ago, and all that they're doing, and our co-streaming of APEC and hosting of APEC, that coming back. Shout out to Tim Ventura and everything that Tim does, as well as Jeremy Reese, as well as the entire Real Science team, and that there's so much of it to come. Now, what am I trying to share here? Okay, so Jeremy Reese, and what coming up with him, Walter Bosley, and the excellent past interview we did together, and of course Zertis, shout out my brother Zertis, with Walter Bosley, myself, Jeremy Reese, and Zertis. Here it is. And on May 17th, Walter Bosley, Joseph P. Farrell, and alien scientist, as well as hopefully myself, should be confirmed. Basically, I just have to finish the email, and he said yes during the stream the other day, but we're going to play a little bit of the past Walter Bosley episode right now to give you a look forward of the conversation we will have coming up with Walter again, as well as Joseph Farrell on May 17th. I will probably just have a very small portion of it. Jeremy's, I know, is already confirmed for having several questions with Joseph Farrell, as well as the last time I was speaking with Joseph Farrell in the chat, he was fully on board with me being a part, so I don't see why it shouldn't be, but it won't be my production. Hopefully I will be able to co-stream it regardless, excellent stuff that's coming up. And yeah, we will play a portion of that episode right now.
There is somebody under the surface.
The last
yeah, I would think that at some point, they've been encountered. There's been some type of contact. In this book here, Shimmering Light, I wrote about my dad's story that he started telling me in 1974. At the same time, I also present the very strong possibility that it could have been a false narrative, given to him to cover something else.
Right.
But he certainly went to his death believing, I could tell psycho-emotionally believing that what he told me was true. And it had to do with encountering some people who were part of an underground civilization. The problem is he was in the U.S. Air Force in the 1950s. The problem with that is he was in the Aerospace Medicine Command, okay, under that division. Aerospace Medicine Command in the U.S. Air Force in the 1950s, of the military branches, they were the most turned on by what they learned from the CIA and MK Ultra. And remember, MK Ultra was all about the false narrative,
Right.
okay? And so you do the math, and that's why I say my dad might have thought it was true, but it's very possible that it was a false narrative. So I question even his story, but not 100%,
Yeah. Always something.
It's like those memes you see with the, they say the odds of your little kitty cat, killing you with a Tesla laser or pulling a knife out of the kitchen, killing you in your sleep are very slim, but not entirely zero. And that's the way I handle my dad's story. There's also reasons to argue that some part of it, something about what he said, was true. So, for what that's worth.
Right. Oh, so another thought on this, we talked a bit about the idea of AI or something, but really AI, if it is made and you got this idea of something in the future that is us, maybe it's not alien, it's something like we are. I mean, so some astronauts have been saying maybe these UFOs are time travelers from the future. Do you think that there's something to this, that we're thinking of alien, it's really just us?
Oh, I have to be honest with you. Where time travel is concerned, it's hard for me to be purely objectively skeptical because I'm so intrigued by the phenomenon of time, and I lean towards some type of movement through or extraordinary experience of the phenomenon of time being real. So I'm a little bit, I guess you could say I'm a little biased in that regard, because at this point in time, I do believe that something like it is possible. Right now, I think that someone figured out how to definitely look through time. Yeah, I'm so time travel that I'm not an objective critic of it.
I'm open to subjectivity here. I mean, some of the thoughts that we've been thinking about, we've had Cynthia Sue Larson talking about AI from the future. So if a computer is on for 100 years and somehow it's able to stay on, the idea that maybe the ion flow can allow it to remember, and so it has sort of a measurement of distance of time because it's able to think about this moment now and that moment in the future, but also interact with itself in the past. If that's able to happen in any way, then even just using our technology to travel for us, we would be able to interact with ourselves.
Yeah, we would be, there is that paradox you see in time travel fiction, can you really meet your past self if you are you? Wouldn't you just go back in time and be observing all?
Could you have a Zoom call with your past self? Maybe easier.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Or I see, I do have trouble with the encountering yourself thing. I just, and I don't know why, it's a me thing. I'm sure other people can say, well, here's how it could be. So, that kind of thing. But, my view of time is that it's not circular, it's spherical. And that somewhere in big picture, that whole idea that everything is happening at once, it's all happening in this sphere. Okay. So, if you can pull yourself off that sphere or go to the center and kind of go land wherever you want on the sphere, you could land in any time period you would want. Now, here's the thing: as you're experiencing time, we experience it sequentially, right? Minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, in a linear fashion. That's our general.
I love this part right here because it it just relates to my understanding of time and like time dimensions, and I'm going to build off of it huge. And you've heard, for those that have heard me talk about it and explain my thesis, a bit of it throughout the different streams, but I just had to pause it and elaborate Walter Bosley's explanation of time and experiencing it linearly here and what he's about to say. So I'll actually just bring it back by 20 seconds because it's just so crucial.
On that moment in the future, but also interact with itself in the past. If that's able to happen in any way, then even just using our technology to travel for us, we would be able to interact with ourselves.
Yeah, we would be. You know, there is that paradox you see in time travel fiction. You know, can you really meet your past self if you are you? Wouldn't you just go back in time and be observing all?
Could you have a Zoom call with your past self? Maybe easier.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Or I see. I do have trouble with the encountering yourself thing. I just and I don't know why. You know, it's a me thing. Sure, other people can say, well, here's how it could be so. That kind of thing, but you know, my view of time is that it's not just circular, it's spherical, and that somewhere in big picture, that whole idea that everything is happening at once, it's all happening in this sphere. Okay, so you know, you pull yourself off that sphere or the center and kind of go land wherever you want on the sphere, you could land in any time period you would want. Now, here's the thing: as you're experiencing time, we experience it sequentially, right? Minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, in a linear fashion. That's our general common experience of time. But that might be when you're on that spherical surface up close, you have to experience it in a linear fashion. But maybe if you pull yourself up off of the sphere or ball of time, that's when you pull yourself out of that linear experience of it, and you just get a bigger picture of how everything's happening all at once, which is a hard thing for our minds to wrap around and explain sufficiently. You kind of have to agree, for sake of discussion, to pretend that this is possible. And I've done those mental exercises, and I've thought about that. I've even come to this personal conclusion that it is possible to travel backward in your own personal life, your own timeline. Okay, and I believe you. Right now, I'm thinking. I hate to use the word believe. I'm thinking that it's possible when you die. At your point when your body dies, you reach this point where you can you have options, and one of the options is to jump back in your own timeline of the life you just lived. Okay, I think there's something about the transposition of numbers involved here. In other words, if you die at 71, you can jump back to your 17-year-old self and relive all those years. You know, same with if you die at 63, you can jump back to 36. And now the problem with that is when you get to, I think it's the second half of the decades of the life, and it's of your life. And what if you've only lived that life one time? You wouldn't be able to go forward in the jumping fashion. You would have to relive it and then maybe live longer the next time. And you can see,
right? Because
you can see how convoluted, you know, it can get. But I have played with the idea and considered that this could be done, what I just described, but I have no evidence or proof for it. I admit when I say something is hypothetical, I don't go out there in the community and say I know this to be true to get a bunch of attention. You know,
Right. No, but it's
on a
interesting
radio
thinking
show.
about how, well, time is an interesting idea, especially because, and I think, sorry, Jeremy is saying he's going to have to leave, but Jeremy, it was great to have you, and we hope to do more alien scientist stuff. But the idea of time as a dimension, if we're able to
Yeah,
produce
sorry, I
something-
gotta dip out, guys.
No worries.
Love
Do
you,
you
bro.
want me to end it on your channel
I'll
or
see you
going
later.
on your channel? We'll probably do another hour here on ours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's gone. All right. Well, we'll leave it for now.
Well, I mean, just the idea of something that can measure time, like we're talking about AI, if we create a system, the way we can use telescopes, radioscopes to see parts of space, you know, see things that we can't see with our eyes, that we could actually create something that can measure time or be in multiple times for us.
Yeah.
The other thought is like femto technology, the idea that we're printing, you know, beyond nanoscale. If you could copy a moment so clearly as to have all of the quarks and quantum particles in the correct, couldn't you reproduce a place of, you know, that was this moment? Essentially, you could take everything that was going on right now, copy it, and produce it in another part of space. And so that could be useful for just producing what we think of as this same time. We go back to the same time because we produced something that is going on forward from that time, but it might lead to slight asymmetries, Berenstain or something. Do you think that they're messing with that stuff? Like,
I think if you know, yeah, I think it's possible that somebody has figured out how to mess with that. It speaks to the multiple dimension, you know, hypothesis that each time, rather than messing with the specific reality, what happens is another timeline is created, so that you have these countless timelines.
Yeah.
You know, there have been times where I have wondered. I was in Iraq in 2003, and I was doing my job, and part of my job one night after midnight in the back streets of Mosul, me and the guys I was working with, we were riding around in a car doing some shit, and you know, we had our guns hidden, and we were wearing jalabias and keffiyehs. We were dressed like Saudis, and in an unarmored car, which woo. And we got surrounded by a pickup truck pulls in front of us, blocks our way in an alley. We get surrounded by 9 guys with AK-47s ready to just right at us. We obviously, nothing bad happened. Here I am. Or did it? Sometimes I wondered, did they shoot us in that timeline? And did we or I jump to a new timeline at the moment I would have otherwise been killed? Because my life after that, there's been things that just seem slightly off, things about life and reality that just don't seem to work as I understood them, life and reality, before that moment. And here's the thing that makes me wonder that is, when that happened, I remember inside everything just went to a peaceful calm. Everything slowed down. I mean, I vividly remember looking out the windows and seeing, I can see it now, these barrels of these AK-47s, like right there on the other side of the window. I'm looking, you know, I can see the texture of the metal, and I can see the scare. These guys ended up being the Iraqi security force. They weren't bad guys, but it was, you know, had we twitched the wrong way, then maybe we did. Maybe they blasted the hell out of the car, but you know, did I jump to an alternate timeline in which I survived it? And am I the me from the other timeline now living in this timeline? In other words, maybe the weirdness that I'm experiencing is I'm supposed to be of another timeline, and now I'm ill-fitted to this one. These are
weird
the
as that
thoughts.
sounds, it makes a lot more sense. I mean, so many people I know have gone through some near-death experience.
Mandela, right? Like, for those that experience the Mandela effect, could that be an aspect of it? And then it takes into like dreaming and the lucid dreaming aspects of it, of are you going into these different timelines and fractals and realms of it?
Yeah. Can you, in certain dreams, have the experience of seeing years ahead? Is the experience of having a dream like that actually another you has jumped back. So what you're seeing in your dream, you've done this in your sleep, but what you're seeing in your dream is kind of a preview of what's to come. I mean, is this an artifact of being able to jump through time into your own timeline using your consciousness? Now, what's interesting is we've seen this in fiction through the works of Jack Finney and Richard Matheson, specifically Jack Finney's Time and Again. I think Richard Matheson is now called Somewhere in Time. And they both used a system of time travel that was anchored to the will, throwing your consciousness, therefore yourself, back in time. Okay, now they did that dramatically. What's interesting is they wrote this stuff around the time we are told scientific remote viewing was being toyed with and developed. And it's eerily resonant with what we're told about remote viewing, what these characters in Finney and Matheson do. So did Finney and Matheson learn something true about time and our relation to it and the ability to travel through time? Did they learn it from military guys who were being, trained in remote viewing? Particularly when you read Finney's novel, the first one, Time and Again, it's described as an army project. This was published in 1970. It's described as an army project. There's all these time travelers who have these little apartment boxes, cubicles, and they would just use their mind to focus on their target time period. They would be surrounded by clothes and artifacts and stuff of that period. And through the will, they could throw themselves back in time. When you read the book, it sounds a lot like what we subsequently learned how remote viewers work. And so I wonder what Finney knew. I wonder what Matheson knew, because Richard Collier in Somewhere in Time totally does the same thing that, Finney describes. Of course, Matheson's book came out 5 years later, but they were contemporaries. They probably knew each other. Did Matheson know? An associate of mine, a guy named Seshari, he and I have some private letters between us in which we have fleshed this suspicion out about Matheson's Somewhere in Time. Sesh doesn't want me to publish this or talk about certain details of it publicly, so I can't. But it's a mental exercise. It's an analysis. But as far as the Mandela effect, I kind of lean towards I'm friends with Dr. Farrell, and he and I have had a lot of late night conversations, private conversations for years now, suspecting that maybe something to do with CERN, whatever is really going on with CERN, having something to do with what we're calling the Mandela effect. But I think there's either multiple timelines involved there, but somebody's doing something. All this to say, I would agree with you. I agree with the suspicion that somebody's doing something to mess with past events as we go through the timeline of the now.
Monkey trying to control it. Oh, Frank Zero, right?
Yeah.
Zero. What's up, Frank Zero? How you doing? Walter Bosley.
Hey, man.
Yeah. Hey, I think we've crossed paths before. Yeah.
I've interviewed you many times. Yeah.
That's what it is. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's just like it becomes
the face is harder.
No, Walter, it's okay.
Yeah,
You do so much of this stuff. But
That's
we've done video interviews, we've done written interviews.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Frank, do you have any questions or thoughts on space and aliens and all the things and space-time continuum affecting?
Do you have any questions on the space aliens or space-time? You kind of cut out. What was that?
Exactly. Something like that. Space-time continuum, aliens, hashtags abound.
Yeah, no questions, but I was listening earlier to the NIMSA stuff and the Project Paperclip stuff, and last couple of minutes I was not listening, but where are we?
So we're talking about the idea that maybe CERN or in general that space-time control is being committed by some groups, or perhaps might be, the idea that the Mandela effect or something is because of this. And also maybe that aliens our idea of aliens might be, UFO time travelers, something that's from the future, that we're interacting with something on the space-time level, or something that's aware to travel time like space. They're more
space-time. If you're going from one star to another, time is an aspect of that you're going to be included in your warp drive or whatever technology bubble thing that you're using to go through it, right? Like whether it's a wormhole or field or something, time's going to be included into it. And on that part, Walter, what's your opinions on the Tic-Tacs, and is that like a time interdimensional? Is it really, what do you think it is?
Nah, that's just advanced military technology that's being developed in secret that will be intended for the military, and there's nothing mysterious about it. It's just secret. It is advanced, and that whole narrative that it's something mysterious falls apart when you look closely at it. And so no, I now I'm impressed with whatever it actually may be. But no, since the beginning, going back to 2017, that's when I did my first close look at it, and nothing that has emerged since has changed my mind. In fact, it's just even more convinced me that it's just some pretty cool technology that our side's developing, and I think that's what it is.
But also at the same time of Wernher von Braun, you got like Arthur C. Clarke, and there's a big push again, similar to the 1800s, to have contact with something, right? Like, are they propagandizing that, or is there really like a lust for interacting with something new? Like
who propagandizing what?
Well, like Arthur C. Clarke comes to mind. Just the idea of saying that we should be making contact. We ought to be trying to. I mean, Reagan made a speech, right?
Sure. Yeah. I think that's a natural human desire to look. That's what fueled, coming to the New World. The Europeans they wanted to, it was time to go find some new place to, exploit the resources and such. And so, it was the same sentiment. We got to go to the New World. We got to go to the New World. Oh, there's people over there. The people of the New World.
Atlantis. But Arthur C. Clarke's Sentinel, right before 2001, it's not a monolith. It looks a lot like a Nimza craft or a Sonora airship to me.
Well, on the cover of that book, the artistic depiction, and I think you could argue the description, right?
Spy balloon almost.
But
it's between Nimza and spy balloon for sure. But this is before the monolith. So before the monolith, we're looking at things that are a lot, again, more similar to the older depictions. So
and also remember, between Clarke's story and the film that Kubrick did, Kubrick veered way off of Clarke's story.
Right. They made Arthur C. Clarke rewrite it. So 2001 is written at the same time as the movie. So it seems like they both had somebody overhead telling them what they're supposed to be writing about, perhaps.
I would say that Kubrick, I'm in the camp that Kubrick was trying to tell us something. And no, it's not that we didn't really go to the moon and he faked it. I am.
He's got bigger things to talk about.
I'm not in that camp. I that's another thing I laugh at. But
we had to fake the moon landing on location, so it was expensive.
Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong.
When Kubrick changes something,
might have shot some scenes on the ground ahead of time and then use them if and when they encounter.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but this isn't even about the moon. Like, what is it really about?
I think the big secret about the Apollo program is that technology that they used to get there, and especially to leave the moon, was just it was somewhat what we would call exotic. I think that's the big secret. But the stuff we saw was on the moon. We did go to the moon. We haven't been told, in my opinion, we haven't been told everything about the technology used to help get us there and back. And we have not been told everything they found there. That's what I think the big secrets to the moon landings are.
Walter, do you think that when they, there's so many little stories and you read so many different ways or sources that it could have come from, but do you think that they really were sort of intimidated by some craft on that crest above them as they were landing? Do you think that story has any validity?
Here's the thing. I don't think that story has validity, but I think there's a nugget of truth in the suspicion of something along those lines.
Sure.
I'm not the only one. There's been people before me that have been trying to point out that particularly our early space program seemed to be some type of palm leaf to something or someone out there. Again, I think Joseph Farrell's one of them, but he's not the only one who points out that this plaque, we came in peace, to the moon. was to try to convince somebody out there now that we really were coming to in peace. But I think it's very possible that, yeah, something more is known about who's out there and what's out there, and maybe they were walking on eggshells. Maybe there was something, because it's something to those stories, not specifically how it's told with the big craft.
Right.
But look, that's possible, because if
Yeah.
there's another civilization able to do that, why not? Why couldn't they have had their
Yeah.
ships watching, saying, "Hey, here we are"? I'm not discounting it entirely, but there could be something about the nature of the moon itself.
Yeah. I mean, they could have gotten there and just seen everything Richard Hoagland has tried to like put in 5 different colors
or
to get
a
us
lot
to
of
rock.
it. I'm not buying the glass dome thing, but I certainly have no problem with the idea that they found some type of ruin there,
Yeah,
or relic.
majestic structures or something would have been enough to
Yeah.
mystify them, you know.
So I think, and then you hear the stories that the astronauts themselves,
Right.
I think through legitimate sources, they really did say this, like the weird murkiness of their memory, the weird nausea that would overcome them when they tried to go veer too close to certain details.
That was my other
isolated
question
for like
for you.
30 days, right? They were isolated for 30 days when they got back, so they weren't able to have
Yeah,
contact with anybody.
That was my other inquiry. Like, if we
Yeah.
have all these different situations where the astronauts seem kind of off, and if
Yeah.
we throw away any information about it being faked and them just hiding that, why did they come back in that first conference? They were so soberingly like haunted.
Because
It was hard.
maybe what they saw. I mean, think about it. They were up there. They would have been the ones firsthand seeing things that hypothetically that we still don't know about, and maybe it was very sobering. Maybe what they, maybe the ruins they saw up there, that can be sobering. Now, I have not personally verified these kinds of stories that we hear. I've learned it from the same sources you guys probably have. I've never really done a deep dive on whether these stories of the nausea and all that are true. To the extent that I'm aware of it, I come away with the impression that, okay, this looks legitimate, but I at the very least, I'm okay with saying, yeah, I think they definitely saw something up there that we're not being told about, that's been kept
Why
secret.
do you think that Buzz Aldrin like told that little girl 3 years ago when she said, how was it? It must have been really exciting. What was it like to be the first man on the moon? And he went, well, the big secret is we never went. And then he smiles very
she's like, why didn't
sweetly
we
to
ever
her.
go back? And then she said, she asked
No,
why we
he
never go
goes,
back. He's like,
he
well,
goes, we never went.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of other quotes. I mean, still.
So we didn't. He said, well, we didn't go.
Are-
We didn't. That's the thing.
Are we looking for layers of mind control? Are we looking for layers of secrecy and the emotional reaction as such? Or
here's an interesting thing about that. Again, in my book Shimmer Light, I talk about remember, the Air Force was the most turned on of the military branches of MK Ultra. They went off and started their own independent MK Ultra program. This was under the U.S. Air Force Aerospace Medical Division, okay, which was directly involved with putting man in space. Now, we know MK Ultra was real. It's not fantasy. We know the Air Force started their own independent MK Ultra program. That's history. That's not fantasy, okay? We know that the Air Force was the ones who really started our manned space program. So why would we suddenly, if they had developed MK Ultra and we were using this to cover secrets, we know that the CIA came clean in 1973 that they had been messing with this all through the 60s. Why not NASA? So the evidence suggests, okay, that the Apollo astronauts, Apollo 11 specifically, and any of them that went up there, would have had this applied to them upon return. And that could explain the murkiness. That could explain the reluctance, the awkwardness. That could explain the morose.
Sort of question how they go in, how we would go into these weird different answers or thought processes stuff, and especially
Just like a out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of sight hex on us all.
Yeah, or just even a false narrative laid. Remember that's what MK Ultra would do is to suppress the actual activity. What they were seeking was to be able to lay a false narrative in the psyche over that. It's called psychic driving or piling or something like that. And this is what they were fooling with, and this is what they were having some success being able to do to a degree. So in my opinion, that's what they would have done hypothetically to the Apollo 11 astronauts, any astronauts that went to the moon. They come back and they're put through that, and a false narrative is laid as kind of a blocker to what they really saw, so they wouldn't talk about it.
Which might have been some really Solomonic magic stuff. You don't even know. Who knows what it was?
Who knows what they saw? It honestly, in all fairness, it could have been anything along the spectrum that a lot of people suspect. But
I would just ask then, if you're their handlers, or how these programs work, and you're above them as an authority figure of any kind, why would you go, we know they're going to be really kind of whacked out and like don't seem like their souls in their body for the next 30 minutes, let's stick them on TV.
Well,
we already got the whole...
They waited 30 days, 33 days or something.
Did not know that.
They were kept in isolation to 33 days.
Okay.
Quarantine.
I did hear that,
They were in quarantine, and look, what my dad went through, I was told, when I was on active duty in the Air Force, I was told by someone who up the chain from me, not in an official, this is how they do things. This is how they tell you some of the juiciest stuff. It's not in an official briefing. It's a side conversation, in your off-duty hours, okay? I was told what they did to my dad involved hypnosis, and they suppressed his actual memory of the real events that happened. And get this, they keyed the renewal of the hypnosis to the cycle, to the full moon. So the way they did it was every month when he would see the full moon, it would reactivate in his psyche and suppress. But here's the thing they couldn't control. It was kind of it looks like bipolarism, because the mind is struggling with this. And I was told that through the years and over the decades, it begins to break down a little bit, and it affects the person deeply, because they know that there's a truth in there, deep in there, but they can't quite reach it. They can't quite bring it to the surface, but they're more than willing to talk about what was likely the false narrative. And my dad would get really emotional. I mean, this was not fun for him. And so when you look at, in fact, I think there's one press conference, right, where all the Apollo 11 astronauts, I mean, they've been back for 30 days and they're still just kind of, really, they're like really depressed or almost nervous. It's strange.
Project Capricorn? The film.
Tell me what it is.
The movie.
The film with O.J. Simpson.
Capricorn 1. Yeah, a high school buddy of mine.
I'm sorry.
A high school buddy of mine, his dad was a helicopter pilot in Hollywood, and he flew one of those choppers in the movie.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I definitely saw that movie. And here's the thing, a lot of the rumors about we faked the moon landing did not emerge until after that movie came out. Oh, and you want to know where the origin, at least the credited origin with the we faked the moon landing came from?
National Lampoon? Just kidding.
No, right here where I live in the San Bernardino Valley, the guy was, he was at the time, I believe, a University of Redlands student, but he lived right here in Redlands, which is a town I go get coffee in every morning. Oh, yeah. And so right here in the goofy old Inland Empire, Southern California, that we faked the moon landing. And I'm as I understand it, it might have been motivated
to that idea. Yeah.
Movie stores. Yeah, of course, because it's fun. Right now we've got the most cynical society I think we've ever had in our history. So everybody wants to say everything's BS.
Well, it's one thing to say,
some of it is.
Everything is BS, but it's about something true a lot of the time. So we have to find out what it was really about. You put a lot of money into it, but it makes me wonder, like, why did the Soviets? What do you think about the Soviet space program? Right? I mean, they didn't do it, or what? What's going on with the Soviets?
Well, here's the thing with the Soviets, and I worked against the Soviets for a while, so I had to be intimately familiar with how they work.
I read that Matt Spy versus Spy in Mad Magazine. I saw you.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's it. That's how it works. Here's
one thing you gotta give the Soviets credit for is, man, they've got some good logos and poster art. Gotta admit, that is pretty cool.
They've got great monuments and poster and everything. But here's the thing about the Russians. Okay. The Soviets, because the Russia of today is not the Soviet Union. Right, that's Ukraine, a whole other peeve of mine.
Ukraine, Kazakhstan, yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing about the Soviets. Had we been faking that, they would have known it, and they would they would not have been quiet about it.
Right.
No
So
doubt.
they
No,
never
that is
came out and said
very good.
America's faking it. I'm telling you, folks, we went to the moon. But
why did they fail? Or sorry,
we're not
I agree
being
completely.
told,
We certainly did.
we're not being told everything that was found there is what I think the big secret was, and part of it
And
also
everything
is
that was
technologies.
used. Like,
Well,
My
now,
point with
here's the thing.
Capricorn 1. Go, Walter. Sorry.
The Soviets might have had, they might not have been able to, it might have been the life support issue. Our life support systems, I think, were better than theirs. Remember, they used to just throw people up, and let them burn alive in the rocket. That's how we'll learn what we can learn. They would do stuff that, not that we didn't do heinous stuff, but as far as we know,
Joseph Carroll in your chat saying one reason they failed was because their big lunar boosters were sabotaged.
That too.
Walter. No, I'm just kidding.
There was stuff going on, but that I mean, we wouldn't have been able to get to everything. If they could do it, I think they would have done it.
That's interesting about the medical. What did you say earlier? The program your father, the medical.
Well, he was under the command of what's in the Air Force Aerospace Medicine Division.
Aerospace medicine. So the fact that aerospace medicine might have been the problem, and you think maybe we got our aerospace medicine from somewhere else. I mean, that's kind of interesting. We had maybe.
No. When you say somewhere else, that makes it all mysterious.
Not necessarily aliens.
Yeah. We what we did was the combined effort, because ours were no slouches. Let's not assume that because of this Operation Paperclip stuff that our own scientists were a bunch of dummies. No, that's not the case. What it was the combined effort. What those German Luftwaffe guys knew, when you brought it over and combined with what our guys were doing, we ultimately made it work. And it just might be that between the sabotage that Joseph mentioned, which I agree with, and also, the distinct problems with life support. I think there's multiple technological reasons why the Soviets didn't make it. Because another thing is, if they had, they would have bragged about that.
Yeah.
So,
right.
As anybody would and should, you do something like that.
My point with Capricorn 1
almost more advanced right before they ended it all, and that it was. Actually, they put their shuttle up around Earth before NASA's shuttle went up, I believe, and it was one drone flight. It was radio-controlled flight that they did. All right, so I paused it there, and never a straight answer at NASA. That was Walter Bosley's official view, and Walter was, he's ex-FBI special investigator, huge into the U.S. System. So who knows? He didn't even know that he was the Soviets. The story I ended with there had flown that their version of the shuttle, and that they actually had, and that I had proven. Also, Farrell hadn't, and it's not their faults. It's just like it's the propaganda of that age, and that new evidence has since come out and shown and been confirmed, and all of that, and that I do believe that they did make it to the moon, and that there was some sort of encounters with other entities or findings that is being hidden, or that it is not, the moon is not what we are told it is, regardless of it, and that it's all lies. I don't know. I don't know if it was ever landed on, but we orbited it, and whatever the hell they found or encountered, I don't know. But they didn't go back. And or did they? Are they there? I have no idea. Like, who knows? Or is it all just like a one giant video? Like, I don't know, right? It could all just be fiction too. That's why we have to ask these questions and interview people that get closer to these sources and what it's all about. And both Joseph Farrell, who has dedicated his life to it, And shout out again, Jeremy Reese, alien scientist, who's dedicated, 2 decades of his life investigating stuff. And no, Farrell is very good. But they do write some fiction. There's all fiction, right? But how much of fiction is truth in fiction? It's there's that's the whole thing, right? Is why we're talking about it, to figure out the fact from fiction. And I just look forward to this future discussion. And there could be a firmament, like right, like I've become more of a skeptic than ever because of the fact that Elon can't even do a rocket, a full video of a rocket going up and orbiting anything, and when you do get the videos of these intercontinental ballistic missile rockets, even, it looks like, what the hell is that crazy plasma, water, whatever the heck it is, interactions that when it reaches what is called the firmament, right, or that barrier. So that's why it needs to be discussed. And I look forward to it in the talks on the free energy with it, because that is another major part of what we do in this channel. And before I move on topics, shout out to Frank Zero, who is also in that interview there with that I was just playing with Walter Bosley there, and Zertis, myself, alien scientist, and Frank Zero. And I'll be doing an interview with Frank again here soon, and all of his experiences with the so-called super soldiers and these 5D conscious interactions and supposed alien experiencers, and that he will get his full experience, how he was one of the people sued by Corey Goode after he spent time with Corey Goode, and the experience that they most of them were not telling the truth, and they definitely weren't going to outer space. We'll just say that. But there's a lot more to it too, on the astral projection, higher consciousness side, as well as what has been labeled mental illness, when it's your consciousness interacting with different dimensions, and what seems to be the case of different entities that exist out there. And it's just always fascinating hearing people's actual experiences and what they say that they have experienced, and documenting all the data points, and it's just fascinating stuff. So I look forward to that episode coming up. Before this, so we're just over an hour in. I will be playing several of, yes, right, I should change the color here just so I'm aware of the time. And move now blue. There we go. That works. That as a creator, why I did what I did as a journalist, for the other content creators that I have let down, or feel that I betrayed the trust. And for instance, Beegs out there, I don't even know what he said against me supposedly after I was on that show earlier. And shout out to, I can never find it when you're live. There we go. London McLovin. Shout out London McLovin, that epic open panel you had earlier today, that you let me speak my piece, and hit me with the accusations, and let me give my side of the story, basically. And I guess Biggs went on afterwards and said some things, and whatever it was, I respect Biggs' position in that he had the tape on his mouth or whatever, and he didn't say anything. And the dog keeps his mouth shut no matter what. And for those that do that, I get it. And, I was, took things public that a lot of people believe probably should never be public. And why I did that, if you want to hold it against me, it is what it is. But if at the same time, if you think that one little 30-second voice clip was the worst thing that, as a journalist of privates, like interviews, recordings, moments, like information and stuff like that, with the whole, just especially in like the fringe science community, even more so, as well as alternative like research and just truthers in general. And that, I understand that I might have frightened several people, and thinking that I would betray the trust of that sort of information, and that, I'm not gonna, no plans of ever making it a thing of making every piece of information that is ever trusted with me in private to go public, and the intent of keeping it private where it belongs. And that it was extremely regrettable that I had to sling such shit around and bring such shame to light of within it. But we're moving forward, and why I had to do it is because in the settlement we have reached now, and that assures that the 10 or 15 plus episodes that I've done with Paul throughout the years remain up, and are valuable videos of both his own work and my own work, and the collaboration research and science we've done, and just discussions and research we've done before. 100%, Luke. I will send you that here in 100%, brother. Would love to have you on Ancient Hysteria. And that I will send you that here in 2-3 minutes once I get something played. And what I want to find here and play is the episode Making Your Own Colloidal Silver Monoatomic Gold Adept Alchemy Do-It-Yourself lesson, over 2-hour episode that I did with Paul and Campbell together a few months ago. And just like, it's an excellent episode of for anyone interested in making their own colloidal waters and monoatomics, and that I still recommend. It's a genuine episode, like excellent educational episode, and that this entire time my intent is never to try to have Paul's genuine work taken down or discredited in any way, because it's valuable research, it's valuable content, and it's valuable to the community. I just, it's gotta, things have to be accountable. That was all. All right, here we go. And that these videos, they shouldn't be lost. So it looks like it's back up here. So he might, it does look like Paul has removed the strikes. If the Michelle episode, and that's another thing of why I've we need to heal, because the loss of Tartarian Truth and Shem, that's just insanity. So yeah, it looks like the video is back up here. So I do believe Paul has followed through and removed the strike. So I will be making all of these member-only videos private on YouTube, but we also agreed that they will forever be up for those wishing to find it on Rumble or OdySee, and that's the whole point. If you want to rumble on Rumble, let's go ahead and rumble, because now all of my dirt, the worst of all of my past, has been smeared and exposed, and Paul brought to light several good points of where does my money come from. Well, actually, I'm a broke ass right now. I've literally been surviving thanks to this community's constant generosity, support, and donations. It's the new month again. I did pay last month's storage unit for the money that was raised. And the very next day, my landlord tried to give me 2 weeks notice to move out because he wants to include it now in a new contract to the tenant of the house. I said, no, I'm going to need at least a month and a half. So now I have 1 month because it is the new month, and I'm going to have to try to get that extended, hopefully for another month if I'm supposed to be doing this Medicine Hat Badlands Guardian meetup and exploration this month, as well as the fact that my mother is also having to move this month, and I'm currently having to help her move a lot of her stuff into storage because her rent went up a ridiculous amount. Now there's just ridiculous, $300 a month they try. Anywho, point being that I'm going to have a very busy month, having to also relocate and fund a new moving my storage stuff, or hopefully get some of my silk screening equipment set up and operational, so that we can start doing the clothing, the merchandising, and getting back to being a self-sufficient business that I had ran for the last 15 plus years before the lockdowns that had put everything on indefinite hold there. All right, I'm rambling on. All right, so was my sound good? So I'm gonna play. I'm trying to find that episode of playing the. Sorry, excuse me. And yes, the Dutch interview there, the 5 hour, perfect. And see, once again, you can see it was 5 hours and 15 minutes, and that Paul had taken it and struck it. It's only 1,000 views here on my BurnEye channel, but on my Crypto Alchemist channel, let me just quickly double check and see. Oh yeah, so here we go. Share this tab instead. Hopefully you can see that. There we go. So this is on the Crypto Alchemist. The Michelle Gibson one is back, as well as this one. This one. Yeah, sorry, that one. And the Dutch Sense. There is the full Walter Bosley episode. And yes, the Dutch Sense one. There we go. It is back. The full 5 hour and 15 minute. And how did it lose 5,000 views? It was at 15,000 before it got struck. Now it's somehow at 10K. That is strange, but whatever. At least you can see it says 10K. I'm not completely out of my mind. All right. So yes, while you are aging and listening to my painfully droning on monologue voice, dear Luke, as well as the entire chat, while I'm trying to quickly explain myself, I'm also looking for this educational video of myself teaching colloidal silver monoatomic gold making with Paul and Campbell, and why. Here we go. This one right here, Lost Alchemy, and that it was the fact that all of these videos were then put at risk as being used both against me and having to be taken down permanently. That was the shame, and that I am very proud and happy that Paul has chosen to reach an agreement that we're allowed to keep using them and go our separate ways. and I wish him the best of luck. And I like I said, I want him to keep doing the best work that he can do. Alchemy lesson vid. Here it is right there. And now we will try to play it, and please let me know if the sound starts working on it or not. Of course, live, I forgot to preload it into... So to make monoatomic silver, you need 2 silver coins. Now I'm going to send you the link. 99.9% pure is the way to go. Any pure silver coins, especially when from like your government mints, like this was Canadian Olympic silver coins I'm using in these, or pure gold bars if you're going to be making monoatomic gold or colloidal gold. You want to use pure 100% pure gold or silver. This one's already broken down. So this was a 10-gram bar of gold, pure gold, and it was on the anode side, and that's what erodes down off the anode side of this electrolysis reaction and directly deposits and turns into the pure white fluffy ormus or monoatomic matter at the bottom that is collected and harvested. And I first started reading into Sir Isaac Newton's alchemy writings and descriptions, and that's where I first saw him state that all metal matter or all metal elements can be broken down into their most basic, and he called it molecular state, I believe. Essentially that's molecular, and what we're now stating is monoatomic, so single atom. All the covalent bonds of this third solid state of matter is now broken down and into a solid fourth plasma state of existence in this white powdered material.
Okay. Oh, and that's because it's got no covalent bonds, is it?
Exactly.
So it's not anchored to yeah, that's interesting.
So another key crucial part of that I will show back over here is that where I learned from the Keshe Foundation is nanocoating, and that's where you're breaking the third solid state of metal down. So these are copper, and you can break it down through corrosion, like lye material exposed to copper will break it down, or through flame, like a plasma arc flame hitting it will also break it down, and or through the electrolysis process that we're about to do as well will break it down, and it's breaking down all the covalent bonds of the, for this instance, copper elements to each other into an outer amount where nanostructure where there's only one single covalent bond attached to the outermost atoms of the metal remaining. And by doing that, it's then able to interact with the monoatomic plasma state matter and elements. And that when you combine the two, that's how a lot of this plasma free energy technology works out. And it's a huge part of the Keshe Foundation's science and technology.
So are all single molecules? That's what they are, aren't they? Like a molecule of gold? Is that a molecule or an atom?
Essentially, both the same thing in that case.
The same thing. Yeah. Okay, that's why I'm confused. Are they? If it's not bonded to anything, if it's a monoatomic, is it essentially a plasma? Does it become a fifth state element? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, fourth state of plasmids, exactly, when
fourth
they're in
state.
that.
Wow.
And so another key part, you brought up oxygen earlier.
Is that how they make the star in the jar?
Yes, what you get it into that state, and then you start pumping more energy frequencies into the reaction, and then it'll create the plasma arc within it. And I've seen it done in other ways, where the plasmids form from the frequency, and then that sonoluminescence starts within it, creating the star in the jar.
So it creates an arc, so it creates a second point. So is that a wormhole?
Essentially, it's a plasma field. So it's that arc of electricity goes between the anode and cathode, and everything in between it becomes ionized
you need the anode
into
and
this
cathode
plasma state, or this ionized state. And that's a part of Bob Greenyer's key research from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project on ball lightning and all the transmutations, cold fusion that happens in ball lightning. They call it EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, but it's not a vacuum, it's plasma. So it's plasma objects. Anything that gets exposed within this plasma energy ionized fields then is essentially going into a higher dimension of existence, and where all these transmutations, fusions, cold fusion happen, and supposedly also these dimension warp things as well start going around.
Get ball lightning, because you don't hear of it much anymore, and you don't hear of spontaneous combustion anymore either, do you? It's like there's less electricity in the atmosphere or something.
Yeah, so another. Yep.
So
how long would that process take?
Sorry, Luke, I'm just going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute.
So when it's good enough to drink.
It'll start making some in about.
Feel free, bro.
Set it up and show
your sound is really good. I'm just going to let it play for about 4 or 5 minutes while I run to the bathroom.
You guys to talk
no worries, man. I'm just wondering what's underneath Paul's desk.
Oh dear. The key part is
I'm joking. I shouldn't get involved.
The white layer there, the monoatomic, but then above it is this blue-green turquoise layer, and that's diatomic, where because electrolysis.
Yeah, no cam today, unfortunately. I'm saving that for the OnlyFans. But no, I'm just a bit tired, so don't really want to show my face.
Gas, oxygen gas.
But you can enjoy the new logo, which isn't complete.
If you're doing it correctly, it will erode the anode metal side into this monoatomic state. But if done incorrectly or just disturbances happen, one of those oxygen molecules from the water, instead of turning into oxygen, instead bonds with the metal that your anode, and then becomes oxidized, diatomic, and that is where it then poisonous and heavy metal poisoning occurs. And
right, I may as well just roll a spliff.
The reaction of the electrolysis, that oxygen.
How are you guys?
Bonding
are you good?
On the
I'll be in the chat.
Side with the metal breaking down and turning into this blue diatomic stuff, and then the red, I believe, is like where it's hydroxide formed plasmid pieces as well. So it's the oxygen and the hydrogen molecules bond with the metal, and then it's also becoming poisonous and a heavy metal particle as well.
That jar, man, just looks like, you know, the painted hills and the desert that's different colors, like, doesn't it?
Rainbow mountain.
Oh yeah. So
Ben Balderson talks about, you know, the anode cathode is that there's the sun and the moon. I mean, if we had some massive reaction to, like, literally that's like because that just looks like what we see in photos of the deserts, doesn't it? It's weird.
Yeah.
Doesn't it, right? The red and then the blue sky in between. That's very good.
Looks like a bit of red sandstone.
Oh, it's just freaky.
Right? Exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up, Paul. I was just about to say, one of the key experiments that I want to start doing is mixing these different, like, plasmid or nano particles, because that's also what all this is nanotechnology, and start mixing these monoatomics or particle stuff into geopolymers. And I'm guessing that's where we'll be able to make like the battery bricks and like the supercapacitors and all of these other metamaterials and building materials, just like the ancients did.
Yeah, that's right. There's already a chemical out for that, though, Burn, where you can turn a red brick, or you can turn something like that into a capacitor already. There's a chemical called PDOT. So there's two chemicals. You've got to put a primer on it. It does something to the molecules, and it allows them to act as capacitors inside the brick.
So I'm guessing what that essentially is doing is breaking it down, what Keshi calls nano coating it, but you're breaking down some of those covalent bonds to then be able to interact with this ormus or plasma state matter. And I also theorize and predict that what they call quantum matter, it will be this plasma state matter. It's one and the same, just a different name for the same effect or same higher state of physical matter. And this is also where like super conductivity comes from, and all of that, but at room temperatures, not at extreme freezing or extreme heat, but just natural temperatures like the universe and the world operates.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we get told that alchemy's, people trying to turn lead into gold, but clearly gold's got something to do with it, but they're not turning lead into gold. They were making probably monoatomic gold, right?
Exactly. I theorize also that the Philosopher's Stone is a combination of monoatomic gold and silver together. And it's because a lot of the drawings labeled Philosopher's Stone, there's two snakes coming up and being over top of like a pond of water. And one snake head is the sun, which represents gold in alchemy, and the other snake's head is the moon, which represents silver in alchemy. And that those snakes represent electrical current going into the water, the electrolysis process. And that is how you then make the monoatomic gold silver Philosopher's Stone.
Wow, very cool.
Where did you learn all this, BurnEye?
Over time. Oh yeah, over time, reading a lot. RexResearch.com is a very good resource for a lot of the ancient alchemist works and like books, recordings, translations, and stuff.
What is it? REX Research.
You got it. Rex.
Is that Rex?
Do you want to open it up, maybe, Campbell, share screen while I set things up? And then it was about 3 or 4 years ago now, at least. Oh no, actually 5 or 6.
Oh, the viewers are dropping. BurnEye must return soon. He must save the stream. He's back. Look at that. I summoned him.
Least to the
Ooh. I thought I was having issues there.
No, he said save the stream, so I'm back with a vengeance.
Yeah, no, I just heard the lag go, and I had flashbacks to when I was on that old laptop, and I was like, no, please.
The potato! We're going
I was staring at my computer like, I built you. Don't betray me. And no, I'm glad we're back. Right, but you did lose quite a few. We're down to 63 on Crypto Alchemist.
Oh no, it says 95 total here in the overall stream.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately,
Luke will bring the numbers back, right? And at any point, feel free, to hit that button in the top right that says share with your own audience. But do you dare? Do you dare? I wouldn't, so I don't judge. Given the circumstances.
Oh no, to be fair, mate, I've had a few beers, so I'm all right. I'll risk your channel, but I won't risk my own.
Oh my. So should this be like the classic after hours where like I should end it on one but keep it going on the other, or are we gonna
No, don't worry. I'm not
enough?
gonna ask you.
All right, so cool.
No,
All
no,
right,
no.
so you're not gonna
I'm
pull a full exposure. Your camera is off, so you don't risk a full stand up.
Yeah,
right?
no. I'm only messing, man. Bit of banter. But
Exactly, a little bit of banter. That's what it's about, brothers banter. And you know, if sometimes brothers fight, and if they want to fight, it's meant for Rumble. So that's why I made sure all of my videos and all of his videos on me can be up on Rumble and insured there, so that you know all my dirty laundry, all the shit dragged through, it's all up there for any that wish to Rumble and see. But it's all about.
I mean, right?
Forward.
Okay, there is one thing I'd love to ask whilst we're here on the air, right?
Okay.
From your point of view, genuinely, who fired the first shot? Be honest.
Him. He's put the strikes up first.
So yeah, but what was the first video that you made that he struck?
The first one that he made that he struck was the Dutch Sense video, and the second one was the Michelle Gibson video.
Had you not already made the OnlyFans video at that point?
Okay, those I can't edit, so I didn't make them, but I did add.
You did.
So
you fired the first shot.
What? I removed them. So I removed them on his request, and then after I removed them,
right, yeah, it was funny. No, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, yeah. But come on, yeah, okay. So you did the OnlyFans, which was admittedly funny. You gotta give it. It was hilarious. So yeah, and he asked you to remove them, and then he struck your videos, and and it all went from there.
But I did remove them, so that's the thing. I removed them, then he struck my most viewed video and the one with the evidence.
Right. Okay. So I see, and it just snowballed from there. So I was right. I was on the other stream before. I said it was like a snowball, and I saw it going, and I laughed when I should have stopped it. And the next thing I see on the news that a family driving past was hit by a giant snowball, and I'm like, oh no, I should have stopped that snowball.
Yes,
and that's what's happened. Our family was killed. Yeah, I hear the Old World History Group was hit by a giant snowball, and I saw it rolling past, and I laughed. I helped it. I pushed that snowball. It was me. But no, it's very, very different. But you know that's good though. It's good to admit that you
100%. I was pissed because of what he had done in the private, and like, you know, what do we do now? Like, obviously now I have to go find and watch this 42-hour point where supposedly he's exposed himself, and get everybody whose channel it was on. So Zertis, shout out, and Campbell, shout out that if you still have those videos up, like, we should probably all edit that part out so that there is not Paul's full exposure on there. And then for those that have heard the video, there's the voice clip the one voice clip that I leaked, and that it's like, if you've heard it and then you I don't want it to turn into some cult thing that people then go watch his face. Like, should I put like a block up on the face? Like, he didn't really contribute much during that poll.
No, I'll tell you what, right? What people should really do is they should go over to London McLovin's channel, and they should just watch that stream, because you know you both got a chance to talk, and that just go and watch that stream, okay? Because both of them got the chance to talk.
Shall we play a little section of it for those? Like, is there still?
Well, I mean, yeah, you know what?
No, because I said I wouldn't talk about it. Like,
go on. But well, I mean, if they've not seen it, it's only a small channel. We may as well show what you know. How about? Because wait, you were on first, weren't you? And then Paul came in. Why don't you pull up where? Paul
let's watch first. Okay, Paul. When Paul came up, let's not do that. Let's. How about we start with watching what Beeg said, because I haven't seen that, and I promised I wouldn't publicly.
Oh yeah, no. Well, to be fair, you'll hear me as well
about that. With I don't want to breach like a treaty and create more divide when we're just trying to start the healing. And I just played positive videos of the past work that we did
as you know, to show that like it is about the work. And but now that the shit's out, before the healing can happen, all the shit does have to be removed from that wound, because if you seal it up, it's just gonna fester and grow and bubble. So I guess this is the place right now to discuss this, so we can all move on and move forward. So we will. And you know, it's got to be done. We don't want any festering growths underneath. You know, especially.
Don't worry, guys. The history will be back tomorrow. This for me is my off time anyway. I should be asleep. I just you know, jumped in, see what was being said.
You're right, exactly. And okay, yeah. So
and I think we're just gonna be playing a stream from McLovin's channel. So.
Sorry, I muted myself. So this is London McLovin's channel. Shout out to London McLovin for providing an open platform. You know, because he was taking Paul's side, like because Paul was being attacked, and like just someone in the community. He was a moderator on Paul's channel and everything. So, you know, he asked for us to come on, and he wasn't like attacking either me or Stellium. He was actually like commending our research and just like wanting to know why there's this divide and all of the attacks. So I appreciate that he gave this opportunity, and it eventually led to Paul finally, after over a week of every day me requesting privately that he remove the strikes, offering to remove the strikes if I removed all of the videos that I made against him. So once again, it's like I kept my words the entire time with the exact same offer. Why the heck did it go to a different video? Oh, here we go. Sorry. And that should be a thumbs up. But yeah, so that it's that he provided the platform for Paul's community and like the research community. And yeah, Paul did come up, and then he afterwards messaged me privately to take down on YouTube, but I insisted that it must stay up on Rumble. And like I'm saying, Rumble should be the place for shit slinging if brothers and sisters want to fight, and that YouTube is all about the research and the serious work, and that it's no joke at all. And that's the one last reason of why I brought it up, is that he took it as a joke. I wasn't the only person that he sent that to. I wasn't the only person he was bragging it to. And apparently he exposed himself that now needs to be edited out. And, you know, like there's got to be some sort of accountability. But if there's now accountability, which he is taking.
All right, let's kick on with the video, man. Come on, hurry up.
All right. All right. Where Paul comes on. Here we go.
Yeah, shortly after you were talking, wasn't it?
That's why I had to keep making these streams. Now I'm not going to cover it again on my channel. I'm not going to put his name in any videos on my channel. The one yesterday didn't have his name in it either. And
you were already talking about it,
because I'm just trying to defend myself. He keeps attacking me. I don't want this. I just want to move forward, and I'm not going to make any videos about him. Even when he's making videos,
it's just good for your audience to see you
dividing the community
on another
That's
channel.
not what
you
it's
know,
about.
They're
I've
not
had to delay or postpone several different.
Why can't I hear nothing
because of this?
Hold on, mic check, mic check.
Why
Can you
can't I
hear
hear
me?
nothing?
We can hear.
Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
you.
Burn, everything you just said to me, you scumbag, is an absolute lie. You're sitting there on camera, looking at all this and telling these people absolute BS. What videos? If you look at the videos, you just said that I'll put a video every day for a week talking about you, and then I'm making private. So anyone in the chat, have anyone seen any of that? I made one video.
No,
I made one video, you clown.
You made one each day about me.
You are the biggest bullshitter I've ever come across, mate.
They're all deleted. You've deleted.
I can't even hear you. I'm
but
just talking to
everybody
her.
else has recorded them, and if you
I can't hear
watch my
nothing.
latest video, that's
But yeah, I've got my
another reason why I had to take it. To
got no
prove
clothes on,
lies.
mate.
It shows the first attack video he made on me.
Scumbag. I can't hear nothing. So
shows
Burn. And then another thing, mate. I want to know, why didn't you come in the chat with me earlier? Why didn't you come in the chat with me earlier? You give me every excuse saying that you're going to bed. You don't want to come in the chat. Why was that?
Go on to your
Same with Mike as well.
While you
saying that you had patience. You didn't want to come and speak to me. You got everything to say, mate.
Ridiculous.
But you didn't want to go man to man with me.
Going man.
It's because you're full of shit, mate. You're full of shit, and you can't remember the lies you told.
Dude, like, are you gonna get another channel risk?
You're a little weasel, mate. You're a little weasel with multiple accounts. That's what you are, mate.
Accounts, Paul.
That's what you are. Look at you,
mate. That is messaging you is other people that are fed up with your shit.
Look at you.
Okay? And I don't encourage anybody to attack Paul. I don't encourage anybody to unsubscribe.
I can't even hear nothing. I'm just looking at him. I'm just talking to it. Like,
he gets back to making his.
I don't even know what you say, mate.
I'm getting back to making my regular content.
I mean, really nervous and panicking and that. But yeah, so you talk absolute shit. You just come in here and talk so much shit, saying I make videos every day. But the proof is, mate, I haven't.
You have, and you delete.
Do you know what I mean? No videos have been made. I made one on you, mate, and that was it. And that weren't even on you, directed at you. It was telling all the BS crap that you're polluting.
You are ridiculous.
It don't matter. Doesn't matter, does it?
Thousands of subscribers.
Because you're getting paid either way.
Throughout this. Stop.
Hey,
you're getting paid either way. The geezer earns $6 a month off YouTube and sits at home all day, every day. No, it's not a bad thing, mate. But I just want to know how you're getting your bills paid. Who's paying your bills?
People that support me.
Who's paying your bills? Who's paying your rent? Who's paying for your smoke? Who's paying for you to drive around? Do you know what I mean?
I get all my.
You're a low-level scumbag, mate. That's got paid to do this stuff. That's what you are. You're a low-level scumbag that got paid to do this stuff. And you've already had the channel taken off of you. Already, mate.
Yeah, from someone else coming.
Because you're a scumbag. You got that. You're
on my stream. Just like
you're a piece of crap, mate. I tell you. Look at you.
My channel, Campbell's channel, Zertis's channel, and your.
You are nothing but a liar and a scumbag.
How is that a lie?
That's what you are. Like I couldn't sit there and talk all the lies that you do, mate. I couldn't do that. I don't have it in my heart.
Yeah, this is going nowhere.
But you can just sit there and talk shit like that, like nothing.
Hold on, 1 second. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second.
Like Mike.
Hold on. I Paul, can you hear me? Mic check. Can't hear me. Listen, like I said, someone sent me.
He disconnects there, doesn't he?
Somebody sent me something today.
Pause it.
I want to kind of.
Accusations against me before I leave.
Should we move on to where Biggs talks?
Yes, and that is the last time I'm going to cover it. This is literally getting the last of the festering anger out.
So I mean, just to reiterate again, though,
that's what I have to emphasize.
You did fire the first shot, though. Let's admit, hands up. You did fire the first shot.
We did good work.
Come on,
yes, exactly. It sucks. And like it shamed me to have to like put that shame, like make all of that shame public and like shit like that like
we say sorry for firing that first shot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know.
Sorry.
I think you fired that first shot under the table during that stream, but that's the whole point about it.
All right, jokes aside, go on. Would you be the big man and say, I'm sorry for that first shot fired? 100%. Everything else is different. But
no, okay, I am 100% sorry for like the misunderstanding that like he thought that those were attacks, and that like that's why I had initially as soon as he explained his reason and like that he was at like why he was actually upset, like that he thought they were attacks, I made them private, and like I do apologize for that. I had only like put that forward jokingly because at that point he still had up, or I thought he still had up the previous 4 days worth of streams where he had been advertising that endeavor. And I have to commend him like for that he has chosen to not move forward with that endeavor, and like props and shout out to the community, his community, for like supporting him and donating to him, that he didn't have to move forward with that, and hopefully that's the case. He sticks to it.
Let's move on then.
Yeah, let's play this because I have to answer the phone.
Okay, but I was gonna say a lot of the community do take shots at each other jokingly, and then others do it, you know, quite nastily. I've had, I mean, after my first ever live stream with you and Campbell, I think I ended up part of one of AWA's videos with Woody. You know, so it's not nice, especially when you're very new to the scene. It can be quite intimidating to have these big channels suddenly pick you up and take the piss like that. But on the other hand,
And who
you've
the
got
heck
people
was
like
that?
Tari and Truth who do things, you
Right,
know, with funny videos. But
So
it's all part of it.
So Shem has always walked a fine line, and like I have all the respect and love in the world for Shem, and shout out Tartarian Truth, and that is the main reason why this is why I am going to, no matter what, keep these video
I want
past
Shem back.
weeks, that drama stuff off. It'll only be on Rumble, and that I'm not making any more of it. I'm moving forward with it. This is the very last stream that any of it will be mentioned or brought up. And the point being is that this whole division and the consequences and just the situation of Shem now not like deleting his accounts and like taking a step back from all social media, and just like the different hate that came towards him like never before. Because like, you know, before it's like, you know, you trigger people, it's part of comedy, half the people hate you, half the people love you. Usually it's more people that love you than hate you. And like he's doing a great job both in parody, both in keeping bringing forward truths, keeping you know, big channels accountable. And sometimes it's awkward truths that accept or upset that fan base, but like, you know, he always kept it real, and shout out to him. And he kept it real by also coming on and doing the real discussions of the real research, and then the discussions from that research with yourself, myself, and everybody else in this community.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna really miss Shem, and I hope he does reverse the decision and come back. I've messaged him and not heard back. He does seem like a good guy. I did think it would be funny though, didn't it, if it turned out he was actually like part of like a CIA brigade, and he's got his message on his head like, "You're burned," and he's like, "Oh, okay." And we're sat here, we're sat here like, "Oh, Shem, come back," and he shaved his head and he's onto his next mission, you know.
I thought he just felt bad. I felt bad for making fun of doing like that one stream.
I hope he does come back.
So
and,
that initial, what was that like channel called? Jackbody 7 that made that one, like, we're all, that's a bird, that's a bird, that's a tranny, that's a she-male one, and like it was your very first like episode on with us, and then that came out.
Yeah, wait, I know the one you mean now. Yeah,
that attack one, and then it's like both and it made like it was calling all of us like trannies, like every single person in the community with long hair, and then also yourself, and then Martin as well as Shem both have like cut their long hair recently, and it's like I feel bad. Did they like feel like they're just getting too much hate on and had to prove that they're
I felt bad for Shem as well. So yeah, all the she-male stuff. It's like there's a line in there. You don't go down there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm one of those people where I make personal jokes definitely all the time, but it's always private. I would never go public with that shit. You know, that's way too far, especially if you have a following. I wouldn't say I have a following, but you know, when you can when you can reach a lot of people, I would never like to promote that level of kind of like aggressive hatred. I'm a jokey person, so in my own private group chats, I'm a bit of a nasty person, and if you did screenshot some of the stuff I say, you know, I look like a horrible person. But the thing is I just make jokes, you know. Go
on. Should I play the clip, or do you want to talk for a little bit? I have to answer the.
No, I reckon. You know what? I think people are done with it. I think you should just leave it there.
Okay. Yellow.
So yeah, cool. We'll move on. And by move on, I don't mean carry on playing the clip. Oh, he's gonna keep playing the clip.
And say thank you for.
There we go. He heard my passive aggressive commentary. I'm sorry I brought that up, guys. I know you didn't like it, but it went live on London McLovins and no one really saw it, so I felt like it needed some attention. But
and these guys didn't speak Welsh, and they replaced all the Welsh textbooks with English textbooks, right? So that is the perfect example of, you wonder if there is someone who controls it all and creates all the textbooks. Well, this is a small version, but it literally is. They went, right, get all those textbooks, make them English, cut out all the bits we don't want.
This isn't the only time that's happened either. There's like, if you look at almost any society, what you're describing happens, and there are organizations in the past that describe this as being their plan to get power, because for some reason there's books that exist that have these organizations who describe step by step what they're going to do to take over each country. So I guess the only optimistic thing about what we're describing now is that it's possible that this group only came to power very recently and they can actually be defeated again. Or
I'd say, I think it's around 1700s.
That's actually what Michelle Gibson believes too. Sorry to interject there, and she brings that up. Yes.
What year does she say? What year does she think it happened in?
She thinks just a couple hundred years ago, like 100.
I think it's around. It's around American independence time. I think 1700s, 1712-ish.
Illuminati confirmed when the Freemasons
wait, 1712 was
1777 or whatever.
1712 was independence, wasn't it?
1776, but that's a whole different. That's all.
Which
even
was
after
1712?
that, though, like,
is that French?
1812 is the War of 1812. Some say it was it was when the British took control of America again. It's a conspiracy theory, but
well, yeah, there's loads of stuff that goes like,
just ignore me.
Really far into it. But just to finish on that Welsh thing, right? Okay, so this is how nuts, okay, these people are with the control. Britain, or the United Kingdom, is obviously Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, but we're all one country. You know, it's not like we're supposed to be separate. We're really one, united kingdom. And in the Houses of Parliament, we have representatives, obviously, from different places. They don't always have to turn up. But the Welsh, obviously, they come to the same Houses of Parliament as us. Did you know it's actually banned to speak Welsh in the Houses of Parliament? It's banned. Not
surprising, but
right?
Suspicious.
So
well,
I got to I had like a breakthrough thought of this, the monoliths, and that this wiggly line here is where the moon or the sun is in like the cycle, and then the cross is like on the horizon where you are something, and connecting to their star charts with these. And
that cross actually looks like the Iron Cross that Germany used.
That's what, yeah, and like that's what these symbols are, is like for their mapping and their where the positioning of the different planets and the suns and moons are.
Can I just finish my thought before we continue?
Yes,
because this is only short. So it's to do with this, right? It's to do with this Parliament, right? So no other language is banned in Parliament. You can turn up in Parliament if you're invited and speak in your home tongue, and in fact, everyone will applaud and go, "So brave, turning up and just speaking in your own language. No fucking clue what she's saying, but fucking brave, right?" And that is, that's welcome. But if somebody stands up who is from Wales, who is the MP for a place in Wales and speaks Welsh, that's banned, right? And now this is where it's funny. In about, I think it was 1993, the MP for Newport in Wales stood up, opened a book, and starts reading. And the Speaker of the House, that's the person that shouts at people and kicks them out of Parliament if they break the rules, she screams at it, "You know that you're not allowed to speak that language in here." She's livid. And he smiles and he says, "This is a 14th century English book." He was reading 14th century English, and this woman was like, "That's fucking Welsh," right? And that just shows, because that's why they're trying to hide it, because the original English was the Welsh, because they don't want you to know, because even hearing Old English, you're like, wait, is that Welsh? No, it's just Old English. But that shows why, because that's where it's come from.
It's interesting because when I look into all this stuff, I guess the origin a lot of our civilization comes from the Franks, which are like Germanic tribes who eventually like tried to inherit, I guess, the Roman Empire. They tried to revive the Western Roman Empire, and they eventually spread pretty far. And they say that like even the French language originates from these tribes. So I guess like,
well, I'll tell you what, you'll have a great chat with David Ain Jr. because he'll tell you that French was only spoken by like a couple of percent of the people in France in like the early 1900s, and it's something that's been added in, which there is, to be fair, sounds crazy, right? But when you consider how much percentage of these populations were educated back in the day, you can understand how, well, yeah, I suppose the peasants probably spoke a completely different language to the educated, you know, and it's not something you really think about. But the idea that, you know,
the royals spoke another on top of the educated.
Well, yeah, so if there's a French, like if no one's teaching you the French, how do you speak the French? And I think
it seemed to have been not only, I found information that says it was the common language, but then I've also found information that said it was spoken amongst the royals. Like it was up until literally World War II, I found evidence that shows that French was the main language for international communication, and they still actually use it to this day in the United Nations. So
yeah,
it's like
Indiana Joe in the comments said they reckon that you can decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs, which is, yeah, that is something you can 100% do. You can decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs using the just the Welsh language. It's actually and it's easy if you know Welsh. I don't, so it's not easy for me. But
my mom's watching and says I'm 1/8 Welsh.
Oh well, that means you're 1/8 tribe of Israel.
Welshman to the Welsh.
No, literally. So it's a pictogram. So the way that the system works for hieroglyphs is if it's a lion, it means two things. So if you were spelling the name Alexander, it would.
Alexander is my first middle name, and
wow,
sorry,
look at it like that. He just cuts in to say that.
Right, it was crucial synchronicity.
Yeah, I've just been sat here cringing listening to my old microphone. How much better is it now?
Right.
This one's good, isn't it?
It's exponentially better, actually. It's a nice, like, oh god, I can't wait to hear David Attenborough.
Oh yeah, I mean, I might break it out, but
maybe by the end.
I even watching him, like, I used to be so nervous. I'm looking at myself like, dude, chill out, you.
Right,
have
like,
a good time.
So my original channel, Bernard Conkin, that got taken down from my first, so it was my like original only YouTube Google channel that I then like turned into my first YouTube like content creator channel that I built up to about, I think it was like 3,000.
Hey, Stellium's in the chat.
Yeah, well, shout out Mike. Welcome, Stellium. Stellium,
does he want to join?
If you want to, did I send you the link? I think I did.
Yeah, it's live, bro. That's why we're talking to you.
Absolutely. Here, if I didn't post it already, let's make sure I did. There we go.
The male is confused as the TV talks to him.
Right, and I love the dolmens too, and that will be the Brucey bonus today. Is the dolmens? We'll go through a whole bunch of pictures of the dolmens that I haven't shared before I end this stream. And yeah, so Shem needs to come back. Like, I was supposed to even do a stream with him last night, or the night before the morning where he took the break and removed his channels and everything. We were actually supposed to go live, and then myself always being the late person that I am, he had fallen asleep by the time I had gotten home, and then woke up in the morning, and I had still remained up to do the stream that was in between those two lives that he had done that day of me. Just want to point out two in a row about me, in between me defending myself to the zero that he said. But yeah, we need to move forward. Enough.
Yeah, and you know what, right? I'll tell you all now. The biggest lesson for everybody to learn from this is to never leave receipts. All right, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah,
never
keep it
leave
private.
receipts.
So if
you've done something, right? If you've done something that you shouldn't have done, definitely don't tell people, right? That's the last thing you want to do. And then this goes to you as well, right? If you're gonna send somebody angry messages,
I expect
don't, because they will screenshot them and they
Yeah,
will show other
100%.
people those angry messages, and then
Yeah,
you will
no.
have to look at other people in the eyes, and they've seen your angry face. You know, they know what
Yeah.
you.
The worst of me has been exposed. And that's
Exactly. Yeah.
something.
You let your
But
goblin out, bro.
at the
You
same
let the
time, that is
goblin
the
out.
very worst of me, and I still have to
So-
go through and see if all of them are real and if some of them were not.
Well,
So like,
the
that's
lesson
still-
here is
But
to
regardless, the
always
worst of me has been
maintain.
exposed.
Yes,
and
maintain your
going forward, I will
exterior.
definitely would handle things differently because that nobody needs that sort of shit show.
Right, exactly. So that's what it is. Keep
But don't
your
pull
shit
out your
together.
cock on my live streams that are on multiple channels. Damn it!
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, to be fair,
That's what triggered it all. All right.
yeah, but
So-
I mean, I will agree that whilst a lot of people will say you should tell them, there is an argument for keeping it between the groups and just being like, I'm never doing a show with him again.
Yeah,
So-
I can respect anybody's choice.
But either way, we're
choice.
moving on. We've said we're moving on. We're not talking about it. So
Yeah.
let's go. What
That's part of moving forward, though, is getting all of the pus out, and so there's no infection or all of the fucking lingering.
Is Stellium
shit.
joining, or is he just going to bring it right
feel
back
free
up?
to join Stellium if you like.
Join in, like, ready to talk about it. Like, no.
Right, so I still don't know what Big said about me or what I got. Like, is there something I should be addressed? Like, is there something like what did I get run over on a bus on specifically? And that I can understand why he'd be angry with the situation from his perspective. But
right, so what kind of history are we looking at?
What do you mean?
Well, people want history. Are you breaking out some history, or is it?
Oh
silent?
yeah.
Or are you breaking out?
So, where do you dolmens of the world? Where should we go look at? Maybe we should look at the dolmens of Siberia, or should we look at the ones of Montana and southern Alberta that I suspect are some?
I mean, we could look at Siberia. I mean, Siberia is cool. I've been looking at a lot of that recently.
Right,
trying to find secret capital cities that don't exist anymore.
See, this is what we need to be talking about. So please do and go in a little bit further of a teaser for us of what forbidden, hidden, lost cities has.
Okay, well, if you've right, so you'll have watched a lot of Tartarian channels that talk about the books that they find showing capital cities of Tartaria. You'll have seen it a lot, showing the square miles of Muscovite Tartary, independent Tartary, and usually it is accompanied by a capital city. One of the ones we'll usually see in Russia is called Kambaluk, I think. Kumbalich, that's the one, Kumbalich. And the one we see in China is Kambalu. Now, they both mean the same thing. It's Shambalu, it's city of the Sham, city of the king, city of the Khan, city of the prince, whatever designation you want to give it. But the main point is well, that's why if you look nowadays for where Kambalu is, it'll actually tell you it's in Beijing, which is Peking.
Right? How Peking, China is Beijing, and it was the forbidden city that it was also the Great Wall of Tartar or something in Peking, in Beijing.
Well,
it's all the same.
Yeah, but Peking itself means the king. City of the king. It's Peking. It's Peking, city of the king, right?
It's always been the royal forbidden city.
Of the Chinese, right? So it became a thing called Khan Balik. Sounds like Kumbalich or Kambalu because it's Khan Balik, city of the Sham, or city of the Khan, when the Tartars took over. So in, I think it was 1644, might be wrong on that, but 1644, the Tartars invaded again from the Manchu regions, from the north. They took over. Well, in fact, what the record says happens is there is a rebellion in the Chinese areas, and the Chinese rulers ask the Manchus to come in and help. And after assisting in them in quelling the rebellion, they decide that it'd be a good idea to help them with all future rebellions by relieving them of the empire, which was very effective. They never had any more rebellions.
What time was this again?
And that was 1644, I think.
When was the War and Peace one written?
What was the what? Sorry,
like the famous like generals like writing book of like, isn't it called War and Peace? Or
I have no clue. I'm sorry.
Oh my
but
goodness.
yeah, so the main point of what I've been doing is because people like to do this. This is one of the things that we do in my Discord. It's mainly me and my moderator really that do it. But we dive deep into this stuff. So we try to track down where these cities really were, because they don't give you the actual locations. So we've gone into as many books as we can, found the different cities that are listed as being the capitals, and we've kind of worked out whereabouts they are. And if you go on Google right now and actually try and search for where Kumbalich is, good luck. You're not going to find it 100%. If you do, then I will quit YouTube, because I tried so hard. Kambalu, it'll just send you to Beijing. Literally, it'll just say that's where it is, and it's not true. But I effectively think I found quite.
There we go. Thank you, Esli. Art of War by Sun Tzu. And
right. Yeah, I know that. Right.
Because supposedly it was, I've heard that it was half written by the Black Pope, what's called the Black Pope, the Jesuit Pope, that the head of the Jesuits that was over there at that time and helping Sun Tzu. And if it is that exact same time period as what you just described, that would sound like one of the same stories of them overtaking that empire.
Give me 1 second and I'll tell you. No, so Sun Tzu is actually supposed to be
much later, probably 18.
No, much earlier. He's in
earlier.
BC. Yeah, he's
really
he's before Christ.
What? Sun Tzu?
Oh, well, supposedly. I mean, if you were to read Fomenko, he'd say that's a phantom, and he was most likely from the medieval period, which is arguably true. But that's these are the kind of topics that you can't really cover in small chats. I possess the knowledge, but I don't possess the actual skill to vocalize it in such a distinct way. It's very difficult. I do try my best. I'm better with a script, although I never actually use one.
Yes.
I'm not kidding. I've used a script for the first time when I started recording for this new series for Streets of Tartaria.
Boy, taking it to the next professional level.
Well, yeah, I'm just doing the voice, so it's not my research, but it's very interesting stuff.
And then you're now applying it to your own videos and like going forward with
Oh no, I'm still not going to write scripts. I like to freelance it. But what I do end up doing is cutting out all the ums. So as I talk now, I say a lot of ums and and ums. Well, I can cut that. I can I'll say it once. I just did it then. I'll say it once, and then I can hear it and go, oh, just did that, and then I can go back, say it again better. And that is one aspect that I like. But I like doing it more freelance. I like kind of, it's hard to describe, acting like I'm talking to you. Writing a script is like I'm writing something that's more official, or like an article, whereas when I make videos, I like it to be a little bit more colloquial and like I'm teaching you in a room or talking to you about it. I don't want it to be scripts. If I want to make a joke, or say something that comes to the top of my head, I'll say it. And with a script, you never get that. So I try and go that way.
So I respect that a lot and appreciate that a lot. So what I shouldn't say I write scripts. What I write is like point form of like just guidelines and structure and the topics.
More like guidelines.
Talking points and stuff. Talking points and references. That's what it is. And it's just
been learning as you go and making improvements and
yeah, I'm trying to make improvements to my videos at the moment. I've just set up a thing in my Discord actually because I figured out threads so I can post all my sources, and I was like, oh my god, I can actually plan my videos now. Like, because I was using a notebook before with a pen. Like, what is this? The 15th century?
Right, that's what I'm still doing right now. Always the hard copy too. I gotta get it on. Always got to get better equipment to make it happen one day.
But yeah, so look out soon for the new series with Streets of Tartaria. I think we're making a new channel to be posting it on. I don't think it'll be actually on his channel. We're going to be having like a separate channel to have that on. I'll be the voice of all of that. We've got 60 episodes planned so far. There's loads more to come. But we got 60 episodes that I'm contractually obliged to. But
that's amazing, man.
Yeah, I think we.
So, are you a paid Hollywood? See, what's going on here? Like, are you?
You know what? Technically, I was like, oh shit, what is like Streets of Tartaria as CIA? Like, you know,
right? Like, what is going on? Then we got Zerdus with his past CNN freaking NASA history, like. Oh my goodness! No wonder people believe that it's Illuminati confirmed.
To be fair, though, can you imagine if that's the trick? Is that they turn around and be like, "Ha, we got you. We're CIA." And you'd be like, shit." You know, it's just trying to do history.
Well, that's another thing. It's like you got to be very careful about what you do publish and what you don't publish when past information from sources and making slander and possible lawsuits and all of that sort of shit that like I don't ever want it to go in like all the way down that way. I'm sure it could have continued to escalate all that way with this current predicament that has now been settled, and that like I'm going to remain with it settled where I won't ever bring it back up on YouTube, and keep it just to creating the real research, the real science, and go on to chalk body outlined or get chalked up. Oh shit, we got Shem coming back. He just messaged me. Epic. Yes, I see it, Shem. And
what, is he gonna join the stream?
He's gonna hop on with us because Shem has been doing a whole bunch of actual research that he was ready to
my heart
present.
just melted.
And, right, our heart just grew. The Grinch's heart grew the 3 sizes.
That's
why did I go Italian when I was trying to be the Grinch?
I know. That's amazing.
I should have shut up.
The movie, the Grinch is hard to hurt.
Right?
Oh, the Grinch is hard to grow.
That's why. So I learned for like the future just to shut up when there should be sound bits and let David Attenborough take over. Wow, I'm so distracted with joy that I can't even remember how to copy and send a link. All right, here we go.
Right, I'll be right back as well.
Indeed. So while I send this to our good friend Shem, Tartarian Truth, coming on to talk, as is Stellium 7. I look forward to it all. So we're going to play a little few-minute interlude and be back with the boys. The men, I should say. Not the boys, the men. Back with the men in a few.
just waiting for Shem, for Shem.
Is anyone else seeing this? I feel like I'm on DMT again.
Welcome to David Attenborough's trips. I've been seeing lines in my dreams and I don't know why. I captured a few cubs when I was younger. They still live with me. They're called Terry and Joan. One of them bit me last
Star Trek Picard episode, season 3. Good Lord.
They don't call me Sir for no reason, because I'm a gangster. We're going to be tripping all evening. This LSD won't wear off. I don't know who I am anymore. Alpha male positions at the front of the pack. 3 million years of evolution have led to this point. One giant trip.
I should just do MC with David. That's probably make money off it. I actually did rap Drake's verse forever in the Old World group chat, but unfortunately that's gone. That's David Attenborough, obviously.
All right, I guess it kind of won His Highness over by the end. Amazing but creepy Anthony Williams, right? Like, and that's the thing.
I tried to
what's it
with
creating it out of? Oh, welcome Shem Jacobs. All right,
Bernie, did you hear my voiceover? I tried.
I did. You were doing great. I had it too loud. I should have had it turned down.
I mean, I kind of started tripping halfway through. I was like, we need to do something to, like, get back out of this. But anyway, Shem, great to see you, my brother. I thought that I might never see you again.
I had faith, but I knew I had to take the right actions and delete the hate because it was turning too hateful, and You know,
Shem, were you having the
hilarious.
feeling that you might have broken the community?
Slightly felt bad for my contribution to some of the stuff, but in general, I was already considering deleting my channel on the 1-year anniversary, which was December 9th of last year, but I just kept going. And
Yeah, you're so weirdly based
too
like
good.
that. Well, it's like year celebration, leave a channel.
The real research to it as well, right?
Weird
So
guy. I
people
love
see
you.
both sides, right? And it's like, you know, that's what true truthers should be able to do, is like the good and the bad.
Are you
get through it
starting a
all.
new channel or
We should all
Instagram or
start, the
anything?
3 of us. No, the 3 of us. I've proposed it since the beginning.
Allow the man to talk.
No, I will shut up. I will shut up immediately. But just Illuminati, spelled Naughty, and then instead of confirmed, we'll have to change it to exposed now. And yeah, so
No, there's no more exposing. Let's just.
Well, I heard you guys talking about Campbell and stuff, and I was like, I have to hop in there if I can. But no, as far as making a new channel goes, I don't know. I mean,
your
I'm not really thinking about it right now.
heard me.
Yeah, I gotta wait till I get
burned.
I have to wait till I get my approval from the CIA.
Yeah, I thought they must have been there like, oh shit, they know. Right, fucking get back on there.
Check out this.
Oh my God! Did Shem reappear because Luke called him out?
And now
CIA?
we have
Is that what just
Stellium.
happened?
And I say the CIA and Stellium turns up.
Oh my God! MI6 confirmed. Why am I not getting paid yet? Or is it because I have yet to be drone striked? I don't know. Who knows? I'm just kidding. Hopefully that's all humor. I think we're all just friends here trying to find our own truths and do research and dig into things. So let's dig into it.
The lowest tier of the Illuminati, right?
It's a nice little meetup we got going on here between us. But hey,
I kind of think BurnEye might be CIA right now. I'm watching his face, and he's making eyes as if behind this camera is an entire team.
Oh snap! Oh snap! You're requiring that it is just me, my homunculus, and I. Just
fair enough. No, he has actually proved it by showing us an entire laboratory that isn't at all suspicious.
Well, I didn't say I'm not suspicious. I just said
he dispelled all fear by showing us a room full of small jars containing possibly living creatures.
Possibly living elements, to be exact, and you're not wrong.
No one's here. This is just my fucking experiment.
It's all electrolysis, so
it's got like little clone babies in giant vats, like looking like your Moff Gideon.
It could explode at any time. Apparently, that's the whole hydrogen fuel conspiracy. Is that if you produce your own hydrogen from water, you're going to explode. And that's why they don't let people develop that technology, and why Stanley Myers got killed or whatever, because his was too efficient of turning water on site into hydrogen with just a small amount of electricity. And yeah, so I guess who just got nervous for me exposing that? That would be MI6 and CIA. Just kidding. Or am I? I don't know. I'm going to shut up. Let you guys start talking about ancient history, because that's the common interest here.
But anyway, Shem, let's hear it from you. What happened?
What happened with what? The entire
Everything,
situation?
man.
Or...
Yeah, no, it's in just not all the drama. What happened for you from like when, like, where did you decide like I'm gonna really delete this? What was the like? Was it actually something you were gonna do anyway? Because you seem to be really like, you know, into the research side. So why would you get rid of the channel? Why don't you just go to more research?
Well, the thing is, I never really expected the channel to get. I'm not saying it had like a ton of subscribers, but it did have more subscribers than I ever wanted it to or thought it would, and not for necessarily the reasons I wanted it to. I'd done some collaborations with a few people to do certain things, and it just wasn't really, I guess, what I was.
Sorry, I'd just like to quickly state that, like, my apologies to JJ Organics and Joe Cool are sincere. I do encourage every channel that has blocked them, like, on the terms of drama, to unblock them, because they're not drama people. They're very good people. It shouldn't have been done on them, and that by no means am I doing this out of spite for Beegs. I genuinely hope that Beegs and them can also work out their original issues, because we should not be fighting in this community or just silencing people. It should be an open discussion.
So anyway, Shem, what is the plan next? You're doing research. Are you actually going to be releasing that research anywhere, or is it?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think I know very much. I just like talking about the stuff. And
yeah, let's talk about it tonight. Let's
you guys
just
are
go
talking about the stuff. I just wanted to.
So that'll be it. Just jumping in.
Lead the way, Luke, with where you think this hidden city is that we're told is in Peking, the Tartar Forbidden City. Where do you actually think it is?
Well, there's multiple cities. I mean, for example, there is actually one in the Indonesian island of Seram called Kambelu, which is essentially the same thing. Interestingly, actually, completely irrelevant, but there is another city there called Loki, which I found very interesting.
Really?
But yeah, if we go to the Chinese Kambelu, at the moment, my best guess is, well, I've got 3 locations, but the thing is they moved, so it could have been 3 different locations. They moved all the time. When a new emperor took over, and this is a very normal thing. So if you go to the Roman Empire, what you'll find, the early Roman Empire in particular, but what you'll find is they have on the surface, you think, well, it's the Roman Empire, and you see that the capital is, Constantinople. Oh, that must have been where everyone was, but that isn't the case. You'd have a Gaulish emperor ruling from France. You'd have British emperors, essentially. They won't say that they're British, but they were British emperors ruling from Britain. Whoever was the emperor, sometimes they'd come from different areas. They would have grown up in different areas. They're all part of the same kind of families, but they'd either have their own areas, or somebody might kill somebody. The German side of the family might kill this side, and then the crown moves to there. But on the surface, we still call it the Holy Roman Empire or whatever. And that kind of thing has happened on a small scale and on a large scale in the Tartarian Empire. When a new emperor takes over, he might not like this capital. So the best way to think of it is, we're all fond of our own hometown, right? So imagine my father rules from where I'm from in Manchester. I might want to rule from Manchester. Whereas, let's say it was actually my uncle who ruled, and he was ruling from Wales, and I went and fought my cousin, killed him, and took the throne. I might take that throne and move it to Manchester. So we're still in England, but at that point, my city would become Kambalu or Cumberlich, because it's city of the king, city of the Khan. Do you get me? So at that very moment, the city you're in has its own name, but it also has the name that it becomes, which is Cumberlich or Cambalu, Cambelu, Camelot, believe it or not. But there it is, Shamalot, and it is. It's these things all come together because they come from the same thing, city of the king, where the king lives, and it makes sense because you'll find a lot of the time people's names in history aren't really their names. There's lots of mentions in Tartar history about people like, I'll give an example, in Tamerlane's history, there's a person that pops up called Amir Kurgan, and it's specifically a name, right? But if you delve into that, you realize that Amir is obviously the title Amir, as in like an emirate. And Kurgan is actually the other name for Kokand, which was one of the Khanates of independent Tartary. So when you see Amir Kurgan, it's the emir of Kokand. It's the emirate.
It's
So
not a person. It was the whole empire land.
no, it was a person. It was the emir. It was the king
of that whole land.
So yeah, it makes it sound like a normal everyday person. So you just think Emir Kurgan.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you just right. Yeah, so it's like it's like me introducing this person just as this guy. His name is King Charles. That's just his name. And then you don't understand that means he's, the king. Well, in fact, no, it'd be like me saying this is King England, and everyone just calls him
should
King
have
England.
been named like and given king half of Asia, essentially, or all of Asia.
The point is that they're not giving them their actual titles; they're making it their names. So imagine if I'm writing a history book and it comes up, and I just say, then my good friend King Charles comes up. Sorry, not King Charles, King England or King Spain comes up, and I don't specify that it's the King of Spain because obviously the names are a bit different. So it wouldn't be Spain, it'd be like King Spanish or something, King Spinach.
Yeah, they're trying to hide it and belittle it as much as possible.
Yes,
and
100%.
confuse it as much as possible.
Yeah, and that happens all. Well,
where
I mean,
they had to have it documented, they did it in the most scandalous.
Yeah. So there's another one, right? There's another one. I can't remember exactly where this was from, so you'll have to forgive me. But it was talking about somebody called Basilius Cassan. So to be fair, if you look up Basilius Cassan, you'll probably be able to find that text that it's referencing. I'm not 100% sure where it came from, but when you look up who Basilius Cassan is, you realize, it's not a name. Basilius is the Greek word for king, and Kasan is Kazan, the capital city of Tatarstan in Russia, right? So it's the king of Kazan. Basilius Kazan is the king of Kazan, but they disguise it as it's just Basilius, good old Basilius Kazan, and that's because he's the Basilius of Kazan. I mean, this kind of thing happens all the time. To be fair, sometimes it happens incidentally. Somebody comes from somewhere and they identify the place that they're from as the name. So, like, say, the king of this place comes over, and you just associate that as their name, and that's how these things twist. But they can also use it weaponized to change history, to twist these little things so that when you read them you don't realize. Because this text I'm talking about with the Basilius Kazan, it's a text that's been translated from Greek to English, and they've specifically neglected to translate the word Basilius. So it's not an accident. The entire text is a Greek text that they've translated into English, but somehow they've left that as Basilius Kazan when they obviously should be translating that to English and saying, well, Basilius means king. Because if you look up right now, what does Basilius mean? You'll find it says it's the Greek word for a king or a ruler, and you're like, oh, okay. So Basilius Kazan, and what does Kazan mean? Well, Casan is the old name for Kazan, Kazan. So it's King Kazan, the King Kazan of the Khazars. We all know about the Khazars, King Khazar. So there you go. Very simple. But they hide these things. Why are they hiding it?
It's because it pushes a certain narrative. They even do this in like our current age with the mainstream media. For example, if you listen to Al Jazeera or something like that, and you listen to the English version of it, when they interview someone who's like a Muslim, for example, they'll be talking, and Muslims oftentimes talk about God while they're speaking. But if you look at the subtitles, they never bring up God. So say for example, someone will say, I want to have dinner on Saturday with my family. That's what it will say in the English subtitles. But what the person really said is, I would like to have dinner with my family on Sunday, God willing. But they don't include the God willing part in the subtitles because they have a narrative push.
Right, they take it right out of it. That disconnect just in the Western English to Eastern daily society and interaction. That's a very good point.
One thing that people I know that a lot of people don't like to talk about is that the most of Tartaria was most likely Muslim, and in that sense, when I say that,
yes, absolutely, the golden age
even the Christian and
Orthodox
kind
Christian, and Hebraic, they
of,
were all one.
they
and on that
were
Arabic language.
like Hebrew itself. David Ewing Jr. We disagree on a lot, but one of the great bits that he's done for me, which I think is quite difficult to dispute, is shown how the Arabic versions of the Hebrew texts unearth different meanings. And obviously Hebrew is a resurrected language, but it's very similar to Arabic, extremely similar. And if you use Arabic to translate the Torah, you get a bit of a different meaning, and you actually find out that the Prophet Muhammad is mentioned a lot, but they mistranslate it, and they mistranslate a lot of things. They mistranslate Muhammad to mean sweet one and stuff like that, and they do that specifically to take these things out. And he also talks about how different versions of the Quran have been messed with by Westerners.
Wait, are you saying that the Torah mentions the Prophet Muhammad?
I'm pretty certain it is. Maybe don't quote me on it now that I said that, because I don't want to be wrong. But yeah, I think it does if you translate.
Yeah, like oh my God, don't say such controversial things. That
what I will say actually is to back up that claim, go to, it's either Andreas Exertus or Raphael. Is it? I can't remember his exact thing, but it's one of those two did an interview recently with David Ewing Jr. I think Exertus did it as well, but it gets mentioned in one of those two, and it's incredible.
Right, and that things should be able to be discussed in manners that aren't criticizing or like taking away or insulting anyone's beliefs.
Well, I think the point is it's about division. So they've done that to remove one. They remove one person. Right. Here's another thing that I get. Right. So I this is one of the reasons I wish I kind of had my Discord set up right now so I could see it, is talk about some of these random connections. But we talk about Jacob, the tribes of Israel coming from Jacob, right? And Yakub, right? How many Yakub begs do we see in the Turkish Empire? We're in the Tartarian areas, the Yakubs, the son of Yakub, Jacob. It's all coming from the same people. And then another interesting point that I actually looked into the other day. So Tenduk, as you've probably heard of Tenduk.
Oh yeah,
Shem. Yeah. So Tenduk is nobody can locate it, essentially. No, really. Unless you know. Anyone want to quickly jump in before I make a fool of myself? Anyone know where Tenduk is?
I don't know where it is on a modern map, but I've been finding
Northern
it on a bunch of
Siberia
older
with
ones.
those pyramid mountains.
Right. Well, I tell you what. One of the easiest ways that I found Tenduk, which I didn't even mean to, was I found the people called the Duchers, or the Duchers, as it's actually pronounced, Duchers, the Duchers, right? So who would live in Tenduch or Tenduch? It'd be the Duchers, right? And where did they claim to be of origin of the 10 tribes of Israel? So they'd be the 10 Duchers. But this is where the 10 difference might come in, right? Because we talk about the lost 10 tribes of Israel. And I thought, what if that's a little bit too specific? What if we've been thinking about this wrong? Because we find out, well, there's 12 tribes. Oh, and then there's the 13th tribe, the Khazars, that we don't talk about. And then there's obviously, all these different people that seem to think that they're from the Israelites. And I was just like,
and the evidence of all the Americans and South Americans too, as well.
Exactly. Well, I just thought, what if, just hypothetically, what if this might be just a mistranslation? Because if you actually look at
so what I'm proposing and suspecting is that whatever the amount of lost tribes of Israel was the word replaced with Atlantis, and that it was that they were after the separation of that great deluge catastrophe and fall of society, that the original 12 breaking apart,
could be that sort
Right.
of thing. Something
Yeah, but
along those lines.
do you really think there was only 12 tribes?
Oh, and
Right?
obviously there's way more than
And then do
12.
you only think there was only 10 lost tribes, right? We're looking at the areas that these places covered. 10 tribes really just does not match what we're seeing in the biblical stories. They talk about hundreds of thousands of people. In really only 12, right? And this is what I'm saying. This is a mistranslation, because look up what the people of that area of the steppes and up towards the Mongol regions into China, what was the god that they worshipped? It was Tengrism, right? Tengri, the 10 tribes of Israel. The tribes of Israel that worship Tengrism.
So who is this
Right?
I've never heard of the Tengri god. Can you give us a little explanation on that?
Tengri is essentially just a blue god. That's very specific. He's just a blue god.
Really? Blue god?
Yeah, literally.
That always fascinates me with
I mean, I'm not the
blue.
expert to talk about Tengri itself, but if you want to look up Tengri and pull it up on the screen, just Tengri, Tengri. Look up Tengri, pull up the Wikipedia. You can show everyone. That's the best way, rather than have me explain. Maybe BurnEye should do it because he's on. He's got the screen up. Show everyone else.
Got it up right now.
I have the screen up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. You do that then. But yeah, so when you think of it, what if the 10 duchas are, because, well, they believed in Tengri, the 10 duchas, the 10 tribes of Israel? I just suddenly thought maybe we've all been looking at this wrong. I mean, this is just an idea, but what if we have been? What if we've all been thinking like, oh, it's 10, it's the number 10, and it was never the number 10, it was the god 10, Tengri.
Oh, I see a division from 1 to 10 right there. That's that's an exponential implication just on one simple little name. Like, it's crazy.
I'm just saying, maybe we've all been looking at this a little bit wrong, a bit too literal. Maybe that's the way they've been designing it.
It's all been hidden in plain sight.
Exactly, because they were the 10 tribes that got kicked out. The tribes that believed in Tengri, they were the ones that got kicked out of Israel. The tribes of Judah were allowed to stay. The tribes of Tengri were kicked out. Boom. That's right.
Well, it's interesting that in this Wikipedia article it says that a chosen person will be sent to Earth. It's like the whole Messiah concept. So if you look back at all of history, it seems like there's basically the same religion practiced over and over again. But if you look at it, if you're only looking at it from a religious standpoint, it's like there's two sides to this. There's the side that worships one God and one God only, and basically says that people should submit to that God and basically be its slave. And then there's the other side, which, if you're going off biblical terms, is like the Lucifer thing, where they say that men can become like God and become enlightened over time, which is basically what the mystery religions are. I'm gonna bring up I just uploaded this video, so it's extremely blurry. I don't even know if it'll work right now, but this is something that I've been working on, and it kind of traces back to the beginning of civilization, the very first God, which ended up turning
fertility god ones, right?
Yes, which basically ended up turning into a goddess. But I think it's too blurry because I just uploaded it. That's the one bad thing about deleting my YouTube channel, is I lost the videos.
Damn, no. Is there any way you can recover? Do you intend to? What's going on?
No, that channel is completely gone. But
if it's forever gone, you need to just be Illuminati confirmed then.
Yeah, so we'll give this 10 more minutes to see if it becomes HD. It's too blurry to show right now.
Or just TT2.
Basically, when you look back, when you look back at history, at the beginning of the very first civilization, I guess it all is based off this god called Semiramis, and which is the historical figure is called Shamu-Ramat, and she was a queen who was the queen of Nimrod, and so I guess the way that they came to be introduced to each other was during some war or something. He saw her and she was a prostitute or whatever, and she was beautiful, so he was attracted to her. So he wanted to make her his queen, and so obviously being a prostitute didn't cut it. So they came up with this myth that she came out of the water and she was like called the gift from the sea or something. So when he went back to his kingdom, he basically told the people there that she was divine and she was in charge of the religion. So eventually she got power hungry, and it's weird because you have the story again of her becoming pregnant, but it was through infidelity that she became pregnant, but they twisted it to make it seem like it was a virgin birth. So once again, you have this virgin birth. You have this virgin birth story at the beginning of time, right? So what happened was Nimrod was really upset that this had happened, and Semiramis ended up killing him, or that's what one source says. Not all sources agree that she murdered him, but one source says that she did. So I'm not saying that this is 100% true. I'm just talking about some information I've come across. And basically, she killed him, and he became the sun god, and then she still was the head of the religion as the moon goddess, right? Then when she basically.
So where was this from? Like what area? Because it sounds an awful lot like some of the Egyptian legends and history as well.
It does lead up to the Horus story in Egypt. That's what I'm saying. It's all connected. You have the same theme over and over again throughout history. It's really weird. Even with this Mongolian religion that we were just talking about, you have the same themes, and that's kind of what you were saying earlier with the religion in the Tartarian civilization, or the Yuan dynasty, or the Mongols, whatever you want to call them, being Muslim. It's a type of Islam, but I do genuinely believe that the current version of Islam wasn't created until after World War I, because some really sketchy stuff happened during World War I to cause the current form of Islam. And like you said before, the Quran has multiple versions, but the mainstream narrative
David
with
Islam. Jr. is going to really agree with you on this. I can't remember the exact dates. I want to say that it was around the early 1900s, but it might have been late 1800s. Basically, there's a British person who went over to those regions, and which, to be fair, wasn't as crazy in those days, because obviously Britain had controlled Afghanistan and India up until earlier points. So, there were a lot of British people that went over there for war purposes anyway, but somebody had gone over there. He was military. He'd had, stuff over there, I think. And he became Muslim, and he then translated his own versions of the Quran. And this is where a load of issues come up. According to David Hume Jr., basically the British government helped him in producing loads of these additional versions of the Quran, which had mistranslations and sections added in. And the way David Hume Jr. describes it is different like sects of the Quran, of both like different sects of Islam, have both had their own versions of the Quran kind of altered in different ways, and they both attack each other for those alterations without realizing that they're both kind of being done.
Well, that's what it comes down to, is because it's debatable about who is exactly causing this to happen, because the reason that in the Abrahamic religions that these new religions keep coming out is because every time that they're worshiping one God and one God only, you have people who infiltrate the religion, and then they corrupt it and end up worshiping this goddess again, right? So this is actually loaded now, so maybe we can go through some of it. So yes, Ishtar is the earliest deity in written evidence. Ishtar holds a special historical significance as she is the earliest goddess written in evidence. So this is Mesopotamia we're talking about here, and we're talking about.
My man just say reptiles can self-produce. Sorry, I find that offensive.
It's a true fact, actually.
I can't.
Extreme conditions.
I mean,
well,
yes, fellow humans.
And apparently, Drew, shout out Chalk Body Outline. One time we were on, I was still making the offer that, like, for $1 million, I would create an OnlyFans and Jack would charge to create a homunculus experiment. But Drew will do it for $250. So if anybody actually wants to see if he can self-reproduce through a homunculus, Drew, $250.
It's not too late to stop. Right. Anyway.
Sorry for that train wreck.
Yeah, somebody just commented that I just want to reply to. They said something about pagans. Pagans worship nature. Interestingly, if you look at the descriptions of the world and religions in around about the 1800s, you'll notice that all the areas that we would suggest were Tartarian, that get listed as Mongol, are usually put down as pagan as well, which I find interesting, especially when you consider that early Britain was considered pagan. They talk about that. They say they had the Anglo-Saxons and everything, and the Romans were all pagan, and they were like, oh, here's some Christianity. But
that's why it's hard to decide who's exactly the bad guy in this situation, because a lot of these pagan religions, everything they're worshiping is just symbolic for this goddess, right?
Well, I tell you what, right? What one fun thing to do is try and find any people on Earth, right? And I swear to God, you'll be able to find a connection to the Scythians, like how they came from Scythia. It's ridiculous. It's got to this point that I've got a meme ready.
yeah.
You
can tell because
always has been meme. I've got that ready in my channel because I'm not kidding. It's every race. It's like, oh, the Iberian, Spanish, this. Right? I'm not even. In fact, you think I'm joking? Right? Today, I was yesterday. I was doing some research into the Saxons. One sec, and let me just read you this. So get to where are my Saxon info bits? I've done so much.
While you're looking for that, if you want to find the connection he's talking about, the easiest way is literally just the color purple. It sounds stupid, but if you just look at any civilization, the royalty, the people in charge, they're usually merchants, and they for some reason are obsessed with the color purple.
Yeah, the oh my goodness, the
right here we go. I found it. So anyway, let me just go on. So bearing in mind that the Welsh that were obviously the original rulers of England, right? We can trace their remnants, their original remnants, back to the actual tribes of Israel, okay, which we're assuming at the moment are the Tatars, but area wise we know they were at least around, Israel area, the Phoenician areas, Asia Minor, the steppes. They're going to be around that section. So definitely going to at least been the same-ish people, right? The Scythians are mentioned in those texts. In fact, the Scythians are said to have given chase, but the Scythians are different, but they're from a similar region. But the Welsh are in control, and you can directly follow their path back to the tribes of Israel. You can, in fact, use the old Cymric language to decode the pictograms on the hieroglyphs. So that just proves there's a connection. The fact that you can simply do that means there's a connection. Now, bearing in mind they're in control, and you've got the Anglo-Saxons coming in, who are Germanic, yeah? Right? So, let's just start with this. According to Jester Danorum, Dan and Angle, sorry, I should space that up. According to Jester Danorum, Dan and Angle, or Angel, were made rulers by the consent of their people because of their bravery. Dan gave name to the Danes, and Angel gave name to the Angles. Now we know that the Danes are the Danites of the Dark North, of the Tatars. So we already have a connection there between Dan and Angle, Angle is the Angles, and Dan is the Danites, the Danes, who are Tartarians. So the Angles are directly related to the Tartarian Danites. Saxon in Old English is Cezanne, as in the sea Zan. Zan is a Galician word, right? So in the late Roman Empire, the name was used to refer to the Germanic coastal raiders in a similar sense to the later Viking. Where were the Vikings from? Exactly. Cezanne, Zan. So ignore the sea. Sea is obviously from the sea. Zan is a Galician word. Alternative form is Zoan or Zohan, but the etymology is it comes from Ioannas,
hold
Hebrew meaning
on.
Yahweh.
So you're saying essentially that the Scythians were the seafaring, and that's what they've hidden, and that they were up in this northern Siberian area.
I'm just saying everything ends up back in the same area.
That's
let me just continue, right? So just let me finish, right? So we've already had that connection between the Danites and the Angles, right? So we've got the Angles and the Saxons, so the Anglo-Saxons. So we've already had the Angles are connected to the Danites, the Tartarians, right? Saxons So the other English, apparently, and remember the Welsh, they were already from the same areas. This is Cezanne. Cezanne is Galician. What is Galician? Let's have a look. Galicians are a Celto-Romanic ethnic group from Spain that is, actually says Celto-Romance, sorry, my bad, are a Celto-Romance ethnic group from Spain that is closely related to the Portuguese people and has its historic homeland in
Celtic.
Galicia, the
Hold on.
northwest.
Hold on. Pause 1 sec.
Oh,
Pause
for
1 sec.
God fucking sake.
Pause 1 second. The Celtic. I just have to point out, and I'll bring up this map after you're done because this is crucial to it.
Man won't let me even like spit the info. Just shut up for a second. Let me finish. No, silence, right? So as we're talking about the Cezans, right? Zan is a Galician word. The Galicians are Celto-Romanic people that come from the Iberian section of Spain. Iberia, guess what, was settled by Scythians that came over from North Africa. So you've got to see how all these connections together all come back, and you realize that every single purpose, the Anglos, the Saxons, the Welsh, the Celts, they all come from the same area.
Yeah, right. And
now you can talk. That's how easy that was.
Thank you. Sorry. And that is so crucial. And I've got a whole bunch of these maps saved on my old hard drive that I have to pull up, and that they all show that and it's labeled Celts, and it's like I think around 2400 years ago, so like 400 AD or something like that. That's before the after that, it was like the Celts are just over on like the UK islands, just barely off of it, and that's all it says. And then right before during the 2400 and back, they literally controlled the entire of Europe, the Mediterranean, and were like the exact same as what is now claimed for the Romans, as well as like the Ottoman Empire at one point, and like whoever controls the Mediterranean, and also I guess the Greeks at one point, right in
yeah.
between
So the Mediterranean is in the Barbary Coast.
Yeah, so it's like it's all one, and that they've just been
Scythians.
dividing everybody onto each other constantly, when the entire time we've all been one. We've all been just trading constantly with one.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't necessarily say that. But
being our own unique individual like populations of whatever groups where you are. And
I think there's actually, I think it's basically been a giant war going on since about the 1600s that lasted until the proper end. You could argue World War II, but the end of it on the maps is around 1880. Yeah, with the fall of independent Tartary is the fall of Tartary on maps. So that's when you consider it's over. That's when you start going into obviously stuff that you can't really prove as easily, as in suggesting that
quick speculation. They're currently claiming that new reset while fueling the war on Ukraine and Russia, that exact former Tartarian landmass, as well as now pushing this war with China, Taiwan, also that same Tartan area empire people. That are we maybe still in the midst of this ongoing generational war and truth, and who knows, right? Like,
oh, by the way, I just want to point out, on the screen right now, underneath Ishtar, I noticed that the temple of the city of Uruk. Well, guess what? The people of Ur, when they were doing excavations into one of the mausoleums in around a similar time, I want to say early 1900s, but might be wrong. They were doing excavations into one of the Welsh prince mounds or king mounds, and they discovered exactly the same items in the graves as the ones in Sumer, as were found in the Welsh mounds, like exactly the same burial items. And obviously the genius is in charge. When no connection here, but that it makes sense when you consider, because where did we come from? We will have brought those things over with us. And I'm not kidding, it's incredible. I've got a book here that I've got a load of books by Alan Wilson, Baron Blackett. They're absolutely brilliant. but the one I'm reading at the moment is called King Arthur Conspiracy, and that goes really in depth into it. Obviously, so I can't talk too much about it off the top of my head, but if you arrange a time with me to talk about that subject, I could break the book out. We could have story time with ancient
There's
historians.
potentially another there's potentially another, I guess, explanation for why that would be the case, why there would be that those same items found in all areas across the world, while we have these ziggurats, or if you want to call them pyramids, whatever you want to call them, you have the same religions, you have the same things with different names for the same exact gods, is because if we look at it from a biblical perspective, the story of Babylon, which is based off of where this video I'm trying to present is going, is that the reason that people were split across the earth is because they were basically following this mystery religion and they were becoming close to God. So God, what did he do? He mixed up their languages and spread them across the earth. So when all these people were spread out across the earth, they took remnants of the religion, the mystery religion, with them to all these different places around the world, right? So that's why you have the same exact gods in all these places around the world with slight differences and slight variations, because obviously if they're separate from each other, they're going to have their own spin on these things and their own languages. And that's why all the languages seem to be connected at the root as well, because they all came from an original language. And for some reason,
sorry, are you trying to play this video and we've just been chatting all this time?
Yes, basically, but
right,
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude because it's not that important.
But it's epic and it's near your new work, so let's actually
I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah,
no, that's cool. But
I
basically,
just realized now, I was like, fuck, we've been so rude.
But basically, I don't even remember where I was at with it. But okay, so some things to look at in this screenshot specifically. This goddess was known as the Queen of Heaven. So why this is important to notice is because I'm trying to make the point that throughout history we have the same themes repeating itself in every religion. So pretty much any religion, any group, they eventually get to the point where they have this figure called the Queen of Heaven, or they get it to this goddess worship for whatever reason. So we'll move on a little bit and see what it says here next. Okay, so this is basically just showing different names for the Queen of Heaven. So you have here Inanna, Anat, Isis, which is Egyptian, Nut, which is also Astarta, and Asherah. So this Asherah person is actually very important if we end up making it this far in the video later. So remember that name if you can.
I'm gonna remember Inanna after that.
That song.
Fucking, yeah, seriously, I hate that song.
Okay, so a lot of people say that the Catholic religion has been corrupted at some point in history, and I would have to agree with them, because before Constantine and the Roman Empire, the Catholic religion was much different. There was no such thing as saints. It was basically just one worship of God. There was no one else besides God. It was just a religion where they only worship God. After Constantine made the religion legal in Rome, they did this by allowing people to worship the same idols or other gods, but then they put them under the guise of being saints. So you used to have a god of travel, or a god of seafaring, or a god of trading. So after the Catholic religion was made the official religion of the Roman Empire, those gods became the saints of travel, the saints of this, the saints of that. Does that make sense? So it's just interesting, because if you look at this right here, in October of 1954, the Catholic Church officially made Mary the Queen of Heaven. They're also trying to push this in the Muslim religion. This video isn't done, by the way. This is just me compiling the information and getting it ready to present if I ever do. So this is just showing Mary, Queen of Heaven, Roman Catholic Church. And this is just giving some examples of where the Queen of Heaven comes from, that whole moniker. Okay, it's not showing full screen. So in that previous screenshot, we saw that one of the names for the goddess was Inanna, right? So what are the symbols of Inanna? We have the hook-shaped knot, the 8-pointed star, the lion, the rosette, and the dove, which all represent that goddess.
Right, so it's like they both use multiple symbols for the same like physical representation, and then at the same time they also give those different symbols multiple different meanings to like intentionally confuse these things throughout history. It seems.
I think there's a little bit more to that, because when we start looking at, for example, the idea that there was a worldwide civilization, because if you look at all these random buildings throughout the world, you see these symbols on all the buildings, even in the smallest towns in America, like the weirdest, smallest places ever. You'll find these old buildings that they say were built in the early 1800s, but they have these symbols on them. They have, you know, the line, like these rosettes.
The fleur-de-lis and like, yeah, the lion and like the specific ones, 100%. And like, I have to say personally, shout out to Martin Leakey for bringing my awareness to showing those sort of symbols on a lot of the facades and the buildings, like a good 6-7 years ago in my own, or 4, 5, 6, I don't know, time flies. But when I first started seeing that and paying attention to it, and just how prevalent it really is everywhere and all across North America and South America and pretty much the world. It's like they have these facades, or you'll find below it those exact symbols built into all of it, and that they seem like they have these older foundations, older buildings with you know, from some past time and grander civilization.
Well, it's interesting too, because a lot of them were built by Freemasons, and even Freemasonry at one point was a legit organization that was just about building buildings. It was called Functional Masonry, I believe. And then I don't remember the exact year, but eventually at some point they allowed anyone to join, and it became Speculative Masonry, which is when this goddess.
70, I believe, is when they all reset that stuff.
So yeah, before that it was a legit organization, and now it's more about this whole religion type thing that we're talking about now, with the worship of the goddess at the end of the day. So even the Ottoman Empire here, it started out as a Muslim type thing, and it ended up more than likely becoming some sort of goddess worship. I remember hearing stories about some of the practices of the Ottoman rulers, who actually considered themselves to be the inheritors of the Roman Empire. Believe it or not, they called themselves Caesars, but for some reason in mainstream history they don't really talk about that. And the reason that that's important is because eventually the first person to hold this title of like the chief priest of this mystery religion that worships the goddess was Julius Caesar. And shortly after he took that title, he ended up getting assassinated for whatever reason. But after that, pretty much every emperor of Rome called themselves Caesar, and they took over that position. I think it was until, I think his name was Emperor Gratian. He's the first person who rejected the title, and he ended up losing the throne shortly after that too. So it seems like this group moves to different places at different times depending on what the situation is. It's really strange, but you can find it in almost every civilization and organization throughout history.
Caesar sounds a lot like Tsar, doesn't it?
It does, and that's
yeah. Good.
They ended up going, like, if you follow this a little bit to the future, it becomes a part of the Jesuits at some point, and then when the Jesuits ended up being expelled from the Catholic Church, where do you think that they went? They went to Russia. They found a safe haven there. So
right, I did try to send you a picture, but I couldn't. So I'll tell you what, it probably isn't that interesting actually.
You could probably send it to me over Instagram and it should work right now. I can.
Yeah, possibly. But I mean, it's not too important. But it's just another example of Tartary flags that I found. I found in a Netherlands book, Flags of All Nations, dedicated to His Royal Highness Prince Henry
How
of the
old is that
Netherlands.
book?
1862. Got I think, let's have a look. Which ones do we have? We've got the Flag of Tartary, and then another one.
Is it the one with the owl on it?
Yeah, owl, and
the owl also represents this goddess too.
Yeah.
The
and
Scottish.
Now they've turned that into like Moloch.
Yeah, Scotia, Scythia. The Picts were also Scythian. This is what I'm talking about, bro. I'm not kidding. Go to every history. Go back far enough. They're Scythians. It takes the piss. I've actually just given up now, because it's just like any race. You could genuinely be like Africans. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, especially since you consider that they do have the story of them coming from the 3 sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So it's like
well,
everyone.
yeah, maybe it is. I mean, one of the things that they've said, which I kind of agree with, is that the steppes, apparently, like the Mongolia region in particular, it would be a really great place to actually survive a worldwide cataclysm, because it wouldn't really be reached by much, and you'd be able to like live off the land there, even if it froze over. You'd kind of be able to survive around there and stuff like that. And it kind of made sense. Like, it might not be the cradle of civilization, but it might have been the safety net of civilization.
Could have been very high up in those mountains. It's secluded for a long time too. There's a explorer from World War II Germany, basically, when they went over to Tibet. I forget. I think his name's Schaefer or something. I can't remember it right now off the top of my head. But he's
Schaefer my balls.
Yeah, but he was basically like, I think they were looking into this mystery religion, to be honest with you, because they were researching into like the Tartarians that lived there still at that time and measuring their bodies, learning about the religion and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he spent 7 years there. I'll show it if we have time. I'll show a video of the ritual. Like they actually caught on film the last time that these people met up for their New Year's ritual. But yeah, this rosette thing. I know that many people have seen these, that people say they're watches or whatever, but that's the rosette that they're wearing in these statues from Sumeria, and you see it in Egypt too. You see it in India, and then you also see the symbol in a lot of cathedrals, which ties back into the whole thing about the religion being corrupted at some point. But let me see.
And like the watches, the Sumerian stuff, and you guys were saying, was it Shem or was it Luke that mentioned in the Celtic burials they pulled up the same Sumerians symbology? Yeah, it was Shem. You were saying that.
No, that was Luke. He was talking about how.
Yeah, no, that was me. It's
my bad.
I can't remember the exact king, but it's one of the kings of and one of the Welsh kings, princes. That's what is in one of the books behind me. But yeah,
the rosette was another important symbol of Ishtar, which originally had belonged to Inanna. So the rosette, as we see them on a lot of cathedrals. I'm not saying it's 100% connected to it. We see it on a lot of buildings too, just decorative on all these buildings. So is there more behind it? Is that why they put so much passion into building these old buildings and they don't do it anymore? Who knows?
Right, and why they put so much effort into destroying them as well.
So this is showing just that the owl is also represented by this goddess. And this Pergamon Museum in Berlin, for some reason, they ended up taking a lot of this stuff to Berlin.
Right, and it all went to Berlin during World War II, and then
that's nuts. A place you've
forever disappeared. Like a lot of the Russian amber, like palace or whatever, a whole palace made out of amber, apparently, and gold, got stolen by the Nazis to permanently disappear. Like all of this stuff. Yeah, the amber room, right? Like
still missing, apparently.
Still missing, and that's Tartarian essentially.
Okay, so that first goddess that I brought up at the beginning, Shama-Remat or Semiramis, she's actually given credit to being the first person to ever build a walled fortress around the city. So as you can see, these star forts have the 8-pointed star, which also represents the goddess. Not all of them obviously have this, but let's see what it says on this next page.
8 is 4 usually, right? 4 being 1/2 of the 8. And those outer 4 ramparts, yeah, it is usually the 8.
So yeah, this is just talking about how she was well known for building projects, military exploits. She built the city of Babylon, including the walls and the castles and possibly the Hanging Gardens. It is possible that she had a hand in building the banks along the Euphrates, and the name of the ancient Armenian city, Shama-Rigaran, means created by Semiramis.
So did you hear that? She must have had very big calves.
Yes. She was apparently just very talented. But she also was, like I said earlier, she was the main focus of the religion. So maybe she just had people.
I always think this when they talk about architects, right? Can you imagine all the ghosts of the like hundreds and thousands of workers or whatever that just sat there as they watch, like, oh yes, this man, he built this and he built that and he built that. And they're all just there staring like, no, he didn't.
Right? Oh, I know.
Like, we built that. That guy stood there and was like, "Good job, man."
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they just made all this stuff up to.
Well, in
make
fact, you know
themselves
what?
seem more
I
legitimate.
can't go into details on this, unfortunately, but I can tease you. One of the episodes I've just recorded for the new series delves into the Winter Palace and how basically the way that they describe it being built is in fact a founding situation. You know, the very typical founding stuff. So it's very good, in fact, that I get to record this. Yeah, because it's not my research, so it's very interesting. But if it turns out to be wrong, it's not me to blame. So it's absolutely brilliant.
It's pretty cool though. You're just sitting there reading it and you're learning shit. And you're
Yeah,
like, oh,
that's so
crazy.
dope.
Yeah. And if it turns out to be wrong, I can feel like
You're
the rest of you. I can be
great
like, well,
voice,
I
dude.
am shocked. You know, but whatever. It's cool.
All right, so I know this is kind of hard to follow because we've been talking about random stuff the entire time, but all of us. And
Please continue with the video,
this is Asherah. If you remember from earlier in the presentation, we were talking about Asherah. I said, remember this goddess's name, right? So she's associated with something called the Asherah pole. And also, if you look at who her consorts are here, it's interesting because you see Yahweh, which is the Israelite God, which is the most popular God in the world right now. Almost, I think it's over 1/3 of the entire world population worship Yahweh, which is the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish God.
The monolithic Western religion, correct.
So this term Asherah pole is interesting because when you look at what it could potentially mean, it could mean obelisk. However, I will say that when you look up this term Asherah pole on Google, for example, right now, it'll say that it's like a wooden tree or something like that. So even if that is the case, in every example that I can find in the Bible, it does mention stone pillars in the same sentence or very close to this word Asherah pole. So this is one example right here in Deuteronomy. It says, "But this is what you must do to them. You shall break down their altars and their stone pillars. You shall smash, and their Asherah poles you shall hew down, and you shall burn their idols with fire." So this is basically talking about the monotheistic religion destroying the pagan or goddess religion's relics. I have more examples in the next slide of passages where they mention where these are mentioned together. So I'm not sure if, because you have these obelisks in every single city around the entire world, right? Like even in the Vatican City, like all the important places all around the world, you have this, and all of these organizations seem to have these same themes with this goddess within their organizations. Basically, it's like a hierarchy of knowledge trying to bring yourself to be similar to God, and they also seem to want to bring everyone back together underneath one religion and having one language, right? So these are all examples from the Bible where it talks about the Asherah poles, and each one of them says stone pillars in the same general area. So I think, yeah, right here, this is a link. Obviously, you can't click it, but there's a website that has all of these on there. And then I think the next slide is just showing different examples of the obelisk, different areas around the world. But yeah, we can pretty much stop here because that's probably a little bit boring. But
no, I was having fun. I was trying to rename something.
I was loving it.
Let's check out the video.
Go.
Let's check out the video of
Let's see
that last time that the Mongolians met up.
Hello. Yeah, that's good. I'm trying to bring up all the different ones, the maps that I've got with Tartar on it.
Speaking of maps, I have these 2 maps I was trying to show earlier. Maybe we could look at that real quick.
Yeah. Have you got your Discord open?
Not on my computer, but let me see. I have it on my phone. Is it something that I can send to myself?
Right. Okay.
I can log
on
in
your phone. Can you get it up?
I'm just gonna log in on the computer real quick too.
Yeah, it'll take too long. It's not really a big deal. Don't worry. It's just some examples. I've got one. It's the Bowls Universal Display, 19th of May, 1783. That one shows both of our flags. One with Tartary, obviously with the owl, and then the Emperor of Tartary with the dragon. Then I've got another one, Flag of All Nations, which is from 1867, which shows the I think it's just the Tartarian dragon flag. Then another with the owl and the dragon in a different design, and that's from the 1862
Echo.
Netherlands
There's
edition.
Echo? Weird.
Am I echoing?
Hey Ben, feel free to hop in if you would like.
And then I've got another one from 1820, which is a display of the naval flags of all nations. And that's got the
Luke,
same.
why aren't you sharing screen? But this is perfect for podcasts and for those that will be listening to this in the future that is just audio. We still have Shem's screen up instead of Luke. Luke, do you want to send it to me on Instagram so I can bring it up, or do you want to share screen yourself?
I'll just bring it up. Yeah, go on then. I'll share screen.
You might as well, because you're doing an excellent job describing it. But
I have Discord up now. Isn't it what?
What's part of Discord? Let me just get it up. I think I can do it this way. There we go. Allow. Sweet. Can you see that?
Yes, sir. There we go.
Right. Okay. So we'll go from the top. So obviously, these are the ones that come from Stolen History. Standard ones that you see. Now, I don't like having things like this because it's very easy for people to be like, well, where do they come from? And I haven't been able to track down this one.
I've seen many of these same ones before, though.
But I just wanted to get the sources together because it's very good to get the sources, and then as well, you can make a video on this stuff. So that one I did just download, just so you can actually zoom in on that. Let's click that, and there we go. You can see down here, nice high quality. That's why I downloaded it. Look at that. Tartary.
If you opened it into a full image and are zooming in, we're still only seeing the.
Oh shit! Yeah, you are. I forgot. I've got it clicked on.
All good. See, I'm that good of listening. I'm paying attention and keeping my mouth shut.
Oh, you actually had, right? You know what I'm gonna have to do? Wait, how do I change it?
Yeah, you just have to hit stop share and then reshare the new window.
Okay, can I click another one as well? Can I add two?
I think you can click share this screen instead. You should be able to click share this screen instead, unless it opened a new entire new window.
Depends if it's a file or a browser window or
look. It just says you're sharing another application window. Does it? Let me see. I'm not seeing it. Right, I might just have to hit it so that I'm sharing everything with you. One sec. Stop screen.
There we go. Yeah,
share screen. I'll do everything.
He's giving it all. He's giving it all.
There you go. Right, you with me?
Beautiful.
Make sure that desktop.
Yeah, look at that beauty. Look at all of those, and look at all the crosses. Are those?
Oh, I know, they're beautiful, right? So yeah, this is why we get the full quality. So this is the Bowls Universal Display of the naval flags of all nations of the world, as you can see, and it has all of these flags. They're absolutely beautiful. You see the way they're designed. And we see a lot of this. I always like to look out for ones that have the similarities because they're very interesting. This, by the way, this is quite interesting because there is actually a Brabant desert, supposedly, that was around Mongolia in a lot of the old texts. So that's probably a connection there. And obviously it does sound kind of like, Barbary. So yeah, and obviously the Spanish supposedly come from the same areas, but the main reason we're here is obviously down here. Look at that. So my apologies for leaving you on the wrong screen before. That was terrible of me.
This was epic.
But
no, it's all good.
We can come to this one. So I keep this link. So this one's 1865. Go on.
That Empire of Japan flag was interesting. It looked like it had the crescent moon on it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Wow, yeah. Actually, can we go slow just like that? And what's this? What is Chinese particular? Like that looks like the Russian right next to it right now. Like pretty much.
Chinese particular. Interesting.
Yeah, like that's the Donbass. One of the Donbass Ukrainian Russian flags is pretty much that, and the Russian is white instead of the white light blue.
But yeah, you'll find some interesting things here.
Very interesting. So, oh, what's that one straight ahead? The Saker. What's the Saker with the 3 Islamic?
Which
right
one?
there,
Sorry,
straight in the middle. Go zoom in right now. The Saker. It's yellow and left, bottom left now. Or Sal. There, the Sali. Sorry, the
Ali.
There we go.
Yeah,
I think
what
that's what
is
you're
that?
talking about.
Yeah, the Sali, where it's got 3 crescent
Oh, that
moons.
one's
One
that.
above.
Oh
above
yeah,
it.
yeah, Vizier.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what's that guy?
Yeah, it's the one above. And then you can see all the different Muscovy. Look,
Vizier? I've never
Viceroy,
heard of that.
Tsar. So all the different Tsars of Muscovy. And then like Hamburg over here. All that. Look out for the similarities. Like say, you see a lot of crescent moons. You really will. Crescent moons. You find them in the British stuff, right? I went into my coat of arms, my family coat of arms. Guess what? There they are, crescent moons, all over. And yeah, we'll move on to the next one.
Boy.
So next one is our flag of all nations. So I think that's the link. Yeah. Get that up. So this is interesting because obviously flags of all nations. So when they say, "Oh, it's just tract of land," why did it have a flag? And look at that, China and Tartary.
Look
Now,
at that. And
this section
just
over
inverse,
here
pretty
is
much.
well, in fact, you know what, you guys.
Oh, hold
might
on. Can you
look at
zoom
the
back to
other
those for one
Yeah,
sec?
go on.
That
Which one?
Luke, if you can zoom back into the China Tartary,
Is
and
it this
that
one?
notice that they are the opposite.
Arr, the nation of pirates.
Pirates above it. Okay, but look at this though. China and Tartary, and it's just the inverse dragon, but one has the blue border around. And doesn't blue border mean that it's conquered or like something royal or something? Essentially, one or the other. It's either means it's occupied or it's owned or something.
Well, possibly because this is
also the yellow
1865, so
with the
I'm not
border.
100%, but there was 2 instances in the 1800s of the emperor fleeing to Tartary, so it's very possible. But yeah, this is Cochin China. It's like Cochin in the brain.
Yeah, right. So that looks
but-
like the 3 pieces of one empire together. Those 3 flags, and 2 are conquered of the
Well,
North
this is the thing, right? Potentially, but I think around 1865, realistically, I think the Tartary was gone. Independent Tartary was what existed.
Oh
So,
yes, absolutely. It's being balkanized, right? They're
So
eating up
what
bit by bit.
what this flag represent, especially when we see it in the naval flags, that I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that was going to be a navy that was operating in the Caspian Sea. So anyway, we'll move on. But
The Caspian Sea, though, at that time and throughout, it's proven back 2,000 years. Both the Chinese whole canal system, inner river canal system, all the way to the Caspian Sea and through Russia through the Azov Sea to the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and all the way up through the Volga River through eventually Moscow and then St. Petersburg there to the Baltic Sea, that was actually if one essential trade route and sea controlled, or like water control.
Right, here we go. Right, so here is 1851. 1851, independent Tartary. Around 1860, the Russians start really taking their invasions to the next level. By the way, when I was talking about the Emir Kurgan, I spoke of Kokand. This is it. This is how I discovered this, by the way, is I found out that Kurgan was another word for Kokand. And I was sat there and I just, that light bulb in your brain just went, oh. And I realized, and I went back to that book and I thought, Emir Kurgan, Emir Kokand. And obviously, we, in the old days, they didn't even have second names. And I was like, wait, so he's the Amir of Kokand? Like, oh, for God's sake. Like, why you just tell me that? why does it have to be Amir Kurgan? Like, you'll see here, look down here. Like, see, Ket Kurgan? Like, this will come from somebody from Kokand coming down here And
Koken! Oh my god, Koken! It's almost Konkin, and that's exactly where my family is from, and my last name, and they're Dukabars. Like, that's so funny you bring that up.
oh, by the way, you see here it says the Kara Kalpak. So Kara just means the black. So you've got the white and the black, the white horde, the black horde. The white horde's essentially Russia. So when you see white horde, that's the Russians, sometimes known as the no-gays, but also can be different. Kalmucks, no-gays, they're all the same, but also different. Same, but different. You know it. Yeah, so this is where, when you imagine 1851, these guys will have had their navy operating in this Caspian Sea. That's the most likely option, because I don't think that I don't think at this point Chinese Tartary would have had any naval ships, particularly when you consider something, you know, if you go and watch my Tartary in the news series, you can watch the full thing. It's, you know, a couple hours long. You'll see how the British are invading, you know, the Allied forces, super best friend fun team, as they like to be called. You know, it's never the invaders, is it? When it's us, it's always the Allied forces have made their advances to save everybody.
The liberators.
Yeah, the liberators here to save you. Don't worry, everyone. Give us your watches and money.
That's what's interesting about the lead up to World War II is that you have the attempt of I've heard him being called a Tartar, but he ended up becoming the Emperor of Manchukuo, which it was like they say it was a Japanese controlled state of China, but it was a legit. It was not a puppet state. It was a legit country, and he even met the Chinese emperor. There's video footage of this taking place with full honors. It was not a puppet state.
I won't say that, by the way. Sorry, it's Cumberland Island. Do you reckon that's where Cumberland sausages are really from? But anyway, carry on. Oh my God, Cumberland sausages, Shamberland, the Carnberland. Oh my God, that's just suddenly hit me. Cumberland sausages. No way. Anyway, I'll get into that later. Carry on, Sham.
What are the sausages made from?
The sham, tartar sausages. No, I've just realized that makes sense. Like Cumber, Cumberland is Shamberland. That's where Cumber comes from. Cumberland, Cumberlich is Sham. It's Khan.
I doubt that they actually called it Cambaluc themselves or Chambalek, because there's multiple names for
but these names they'll come from the same etymology.
Hey, Luke,
so
where
usually
we need to find.
See, for example, like in England, you'll find it is right. So in England is Cam, so Cambria, Camelot, right? But Camelondon, right, or Canalondon, whatever it's called. These things, they all are referencing the sham. So when you consider that this is independent archery, the sham will have probably had something to do with that naming in some way. That island will have had some connection to a sham. That's the reason that it would have been called that, and it's been translated over to the cum. And I'm so childish. Like literally, there's like a Karakum desert over here. I don't know if it's been named that yet.
Just like Dutch pointed out, there's the
that literally means black cum desert, but black is black.
Florida. Well, I just have to point out there's another one of those.
But that's what I mean. So the Karakum desert, it's the black cum desert, which is the black Khan desert, which is the black sham. It's the black king, the king of the black lands, not black himself. It's just these are the black Tartars, so king of the black
100%. There's so many evidences of like all the dark-skinned and African looking or
desert of Karakum
and rulers, even lots of them throughout Europe too.
So there it is, desert of Karakum. So at this point it's still Kum, you know, desert of Karakum. But this is the way that the language kind of gets twisted, because you can imagine it's just like, you know, the sham is that's mine, it's my you know, hello Tallulah, sorry my cat's turned up, but that's just all it means. And we'll move on to the next example anyway. Are you all right? Okay. Sorry. Oh, you're going to purr. Very good. Yes. Don't need to download the whole thing, but we won't be able to see it too well. But down here, you can see 986, 987, Tartary, and Idem, which is, just again. So there again on this side, Tartary, 986, 987. Yep.
I can't see it.
And that's just because it's in, different languages. So you can see them, yeah?
No, I can't see it. But I'm
Is
also
it
on the tiny screen. I don't know if other people can see it on YouTube or something.
okay? Right. Well, I mean, if I save it, it'll come out bigger. But 986, I will do. That'll be better. Right. One second. I'll just save it as. I've got to do this for some reason. Talia, please stop brushing against the microphone. Please, my darling, my precious thing. Truce. Here we go. Right. See here. So this just lists obviously in different languages, and obviously on our right we've got our English. There again, by the way, Coach in China that we talked about before. So if we'll look out for that, number 967. So this book itself, if I show you the entire thing here, I've got the PDF downloaded from wherever. It's very, very old, as you can probably tell. But yeah, this is what research really is. It's not all hookers and cocaine. Well, maybe for the geopolymer boys, but it's a bit different in the history section.
Yes, indeed.
I just say it's different. It's different genre, isn't it? I don't know what they do over in their department. Their laboratory is a bit different to ours. But anyway, the main point was Tartary. What was that one? Did we say coach in China? Let's have a look at that, didn't we? Is there any others we want to look at?
Question between you two. Is someone a new poster posts a link to Pliers as their first link? Is that concerning?
Pliers.
We have Billy Hicks posting a link to these tongue and groove pliers. Just wondering the relevance.
I'll look it up.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
I've seen it. It's just some pliers.
Anyway, can anybody work out where Tartary is? Fun game for you guys.
The horse with wings? No, down on the left. Sorry, second and third from bottom on the left.
I mean, to be fair,
and right.
That's very interesting. We should see what that one is because that's very similar looking.
I would say the owl and the dragon facing to the right.
That's very good.
Exactly.
967. So Rostock has a very similar. Just remember that.
Rostock up is on the Pacific side of Russia today, right?
Very similar looking griffin design, but over here 990, 991, 992. So peek over. Oh, sorry, no, that's the one underneath. Sorry, my bad. Just did a very amateur mistake. 985, 986, 987. There we go. And obviously 985 is a Rostock again. Look at that. Rostock. So when we just said that connection, you might have been thinking like, oh, come on, it's just a griffin. And then, oh, wait, okay, fair enough.
That's supported for the Pacific out of
because that's one of Rostock's. That's one of them, because the way this book is designed is they've done it in the color schemes. It's a weird way to do it, but these are the yellow flags. And, these are the yellow with red, there's the yellow with blue, these are the black, etc. Right? And that's the way they've kind of worked it. So when we said here that this 967, which, as we can see, 967 yellow with red figures is Rostock, and I said, well, that's connected. I didn't even realize, I didn't double check that, and it turned out that down here, number 985, right next to Tartary is also Rostock. So is that connected or is that
Gotta
connected?
be.
I'm just saying. So yeah,
Synchronicity
went the
after
wrong way.
synchronicity.
It also tells us that this is the flag of Cochin. So, you said about the blue before. This is black now. Cochin China.
Yes. Right, they're saying red and blue, but what's black?
But they might, like say, well, oh yeah, because there is here 976. So yeah, of course, you've got over here 976 Cochin China, and down near Tartary 984 other Cochin China. So they have these different colors: the yellow with black and the yellow with blue.
You literally said different colors as I was changing the color, and it popped up. See, yes, another synchronicity.
Well, exactly, and this is what I mean. Like, I like that actually, because what I said about Rostock, saying because it's the Griffin, that's probably connected. Lots of people will be like, "Oh, come on, it's just a Griffin." Doesn't mean
and Red Griffin
you'll find
today. Sorry, Red Griffin today, is it not, or is it the double-headed eagle? I guess those are two different things. But that's what that little, is it Albania or no, the breakaway Kosovo in is that it? In Eastern Europe there? It's like the one that was at war there, and it was all red and stuff too. And yes, your classic Irish. Sorry to keep interrupting on.
It's all right, but just remember, the Welsh flag always comes back to this, right? But we'll go over here, and then I think if we go back to this one, I think we might have one more. We'll have to find this one. It's relevant info on page 7 and images on page 34. This is why I've got the Discord. I love it.
This is why I need to start using the Discord and learning the Discord.
Yes, you do.
Someone help me Discord, please.
Sorry, my cat is absolutely gorgeous. Love her. So let's have a look. Here we go. So page 16 is what we're on right now, isn't it? Is this 16? Let's have a look. It was 34.7. Right. Okay. Sorry. My bad. So let's go over to page 7. Have a look what was on here. Naval flag. So here we go. Right. Let's get this full screen. And can we zoom out a little bit? Oh, it's so nice to be on the PC. Pardon?
Your computer is really fast though. Like when I try to go back and forth,
I'm jelly.
So long.
Oh, you're right. I just made a big smile.
If anybody wants to help the research continue,
I built this computer with my own hands. But you know what? It still struggles with Hogwarts Legacy. That's how badly that game's been put together. I'm not kidding, but I can't complain because I got it for the old pirate flag.
There's some symbols in that game too. I was noticing them when I was playing it.
Oh yeah, lots of griffins, bro. It's a good game though, isn't it? I'm really enjoying it. But we're not here for that. We'll talk about that in private. But you know what as well? I need to find a new way to message you because I did send you a Discord message.
I just reactivated my Discord when you said to check it out.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you keep in touch with me, man, because I really enjoy talking to you. Good guy. But here we go. T in the index. So this is from was it 1820 display of the naval flags of all nations. Henry Fisher. You can find this on archive.org. I like to have these sources so people can go check it out for themselves because I don't like to be, accused of things, and I also am very lazy. So if I put the link there already, I don't have to reply to every comment asking for it. So I can't remember who it was, but somebody said if you want to get a job done properly, hire a lazy person because they'll find a shortcut. And that is so true.
That's some of the best advice you will ever learn anywhere.
For real.
Throughout the world.
But hire someone with the worst work ethic possible and watch them find a solution. But yeah, T Emperor of Tartary. Tartary says page 15, but I think it's page 34 of this. So we'll jump over to that, wherever that is. Here's it. Next one.
Should I just leave it full
Next
screen
one.
for this?
There we go. It was actually 35. Oh god, I was wrong. Yeah, so we can see here. I'll zoom in on that for you. The Emperor of Tartary and Tartary flag again, this time with a red circle, but the Emperor of Tartary and Tartary. And that's in 1820. So again, we've got to assume that this is independent Tartary, but it could be including areas of Chinese Tartary. It probably wasn't, because the Chinese themselves, like you say, had different. Although we will agree they were you know,
well,
parts of Tartary at one point.
I think a lot of the Tartarian tribes, or what they call the Tartarian tribes, fled to Tibet during that whole Russian stuff we were talking about. That's in the CIA document. But then the interesting thing about that is that after World War II, basically the Chinese government under Mao Zedong gave a warning to all those Tartars that either they abandoned that old school religion or they basically died. So it's like they got hit from genocide from Russia first, and then they got hit by China shortly after that. And before we get off here, I'll show that video of.
All right, okay. And I'll also say, by the way, look at this Mogul.
Oh, sorry,
there was also the Mogul of Empire. What, have you taken it off me? Or?
No, we're here.
No, we're good. No, it's still on you. I put it back.
Right. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have shown behind the scenes. Oh God.
We're good.
Ignore behind the curtain, everyone. Don't look into the portal.
Well, yeah, right. Just the portal. That's what's behind the curtain every time.
It's
all fractals,
but
man.
You see this, right? So this is just a very simple thing, but it's very interesting. What do you call somebody who's in a very, position of power, in charge of somebody who's very good at something, but has control over a specific portion of an empire? A media mogul, for example. And I just thought that's a very interesting use of that language and how it's transferred over. When you think today of a media mogul, is somebody who essentially controls the world, but via the media. And obviously the Mogul actually originates in the Mughal Empire set up in India by Tamerlane's descendants, or Tamerlane himself, but his descendants carried on ruling. And that was the original Mughal Empire. And I just find that really interesting, how that language translates over.
It is interesting, the connection. And then you can see on that flag of the Mogul of Persia, you see the symbols for Astarte and the goddess right there. You see the crescent moon, the 8-pointed star.
Yep, definitely. Crescent moon's here. And as well, our scythes from our Scythians. It's always been there. I know a few people right now are just like going like mind blown, like holy shit, never even
hit him with the John Levi, absolutely mind blowing.
No, for real, like, because I mean it's very simple. You don't realize how it's always written in your language. Like you look and you go now, right? Find the Picts, like look up Picts, Picts, Picts from the original Scottish. They are like painted blue, tattooed, and they've got scythes, and you're like, oh, they're Scythians. And then you look into it, they're Scythians. It literally is. And this is the funniest bit. It turns out that the Scots invaded the Picts, and the Scots were other Scythians. And you're like, okay. It's just like, right, okay. The whole thing is Scythians.
Did they actually invade the Picts? They invaded the Picts before or after the Romans were there?
After.
So
they were the Irish, known as the Gaelic. Okay, so the Irish were the Scythians that come over, they conquered Ireland. Then you also had Scythians that came over, attacked the Irish, jumped over and attacked the Welsh around the 6th century, and they settled in the middle of England, and they ended up setting up the Mercian kingdoms. This is all by official history, so it could be bollocks. But they set up the Mercian kingdoms. Well, I say official; it's not even official. This is official timeline. If you go by like obviously flamenco stuff, it could be much closer. But yeah, they set up the Mercian kingdoms, which is why you see Arabic coins. If you look up the coins of King Offa, O-F-F-A, he had Arabic coins. They say Allah is great and all that, and Allah is the only one on the coins and stuff like that. And they came over from North Africa, but they were Scythians who'd come from North Africa, settled in Iberia, and then come over to Ireland, attack the Irish, come over to England, attack the Welsh, taken over a portion in the middle, settled, and they're more Scythians. And then the Irish, after there was basically a big disaster, something happened around 562. The dendrochronology data indicates that basically all the trees in almost all over England died about 1500 years ago from something. There's also vitrified hill forts all over Scotland and portions of Wales and England, which obviously have vitrification, which show intense heat coming from above. They've tried to explain it away as being like the results of battle and stuff, but even when they've replicated like the way they thought it was done, they couldn't get it done. They had to admit. In fact, I think it was I don't want to say Roald Dahl. It wasn't, was it? It was somebody. Was it Charles Dickens? A famous author. I'll have to look into it, get back to you. A famous author wrote a thing about about this whole scenario about the vitrified hill forts, because they really like to. It won't be Roald Dahl. I think it is Charles Dickens, but it doesn't matter. But the point is these hill forts have been vitrified by insane heat from above, which would probably indicate like a comet or something. There is
some sort of
theoretically, if there was a heat blast or something, you would think it would melt the North and South Pole or the iced areas and cause some sort of flood. Because what year did you say this was? In 562 or something?
They think it's 562. Yeah. So I mean, there is a video. There is actually a video on my channel. Yeah, and I'll you take it off me and I'll cut back.
This is a completely like schizo theory. This is just literally.
But there's a video.
Schizo theories.
There's a video on my channel that goes a little bit into the. Have you got the screen, by the way?
Yes, I do right now. Did you want it back real quick?
Yeah. I was just making sure because.
Otherwise,
there's a video on my channel about the 560 comet. But go on.
This map here is from like the 1560s. I think it's 1567 or 62 or something. But anyways, just imagine that there really was 1,000 years added. You see how the landmass of China and North America are connected here, and you can even see cities like Chikama right here, which should be not existing. You have this other city right here called Zangar, which shouldn't exist. You have Koama, which this would probably be in Canada right here. So
what?
This is Japan.
Whereabouts on the west?
This is Japan. So this is California right here. I don't know. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, we can see your mouse.
This is California. So if you go up here, this would
you
be.
You can see Kambal as well. Look,
and you can see Magog.
That's a city of the king down there, Kambal.
Exactly. And Magog, Tibet right here, which is
literally where I live.
So think about this for a second. Like, say for example, there really was 1,000 years added or something like this.
What year was this map added?
This map is from approximately 1565. So say for example, what you're talking about.
That map is from the I thought of this before. Like if that's from when the comet is. Well, you know what's interesting about that is
summer before, summer after, and they leave out information like for gaps.
Well, the thing is, I'm not actually 100% sure whether it was necessarily a comet, because I mean it could be multiple disasters.
Some sort of exactly.
The one thing that I've been leaning towards for this, I've been leaning towards is the pole shifts.
Connected.
I don't know how much you guys go into this stuff. But the pole shifts for me is one of the best answers. Is that basically our poles are moving and it's causing changes to the planet.
There's constant change, and what they were trying to say is climate change or whatever the hell, but it's just environmental change, and that there could be catastrophic or massive.
I mean, to be fair, they could be both. Like the elites might have the point of view that like fuck it, the planet's bollocksed anyway, so we don't care. What I do know though is that I think that I shouldn't go into it too much, but one of the videos I'm going to be releasing will go into how a certain country basically did not show any signs of winter. A country you won't believe did not show any signs of winter in all of the paintings, the depictions of it before the 18th century, and some event caused it to change completely. And what we know it today as frozen over is very different.
You can see that here too. This is Antarctica. It has no ice. It's actually I forget.
Well,
right?
one thing I'll tell you about. One thing about. Wait. I gotta say this. Terra del Fuego. This is where it gets a bit confusing, because they talk about Terra del Fuego, and if you look at what it is now, it's a tiny little island just off the coast of South America, just off that tip. It is an island called Terra del Fuego, and all the names that you'll find on these maps will be found on that tiny island. Whether or not that's them covering it up to you. But I mean, you actually can find stories of it. If you look into Odysseus's travel, the Odyssey, there is actually descriptions that match quite closely the islands around that cape, around Terra del Fuego, which I don't know. That depends on what you believe. Was the Odyssey more recent? I don't know.
I did find an article that said in 2019 or something, or 20, that they reconstructed a Phoenician ship and sailed it across the ocean to America, so it was possible for them to make it over here.
Oh mate, it was definitely possible, right? Yeah. Right. So I'll give you. I can give you so many examples of people that crossed to America way before. So you got Sir, was it Leif Erikson?
Leif Erikson and his homeboys.
Yeah, he crossed
his
over.
Brother came too.
You've got the Madoc voyage, which happened in around 565-ish AD. It was after the comet anyway, so it might have even been 562. But you've got that. In fact, no, it was 570 when he actually arrived, I think. But you've got that. You've got why are in Pompeii, on a mural in Pompeii, are the pineapples depicted? Definitely pineapples. There's no way around it. People have tried to say it's sugared, corn or all sorts of things. They're ridiculous, but it's basically it's a pineapple, and obviously pineapples come from South America. So why did Pompeii, which was supposedly destroyed in the 1st century AD, have something that it shouldn't have known about for another 1400 years? Then you've
as
got
well as appearing on different maps a lot sooner than it should have, being supposedly wiped out too, adding to Pompeii.
Well, yeah, definitely. And then you go as well. I can't remember the exact place in Brazil, but you'll be able to find it. Look up Roman Amphora in Brazil, near Rio
Probably
de
in the
Janeiro.
heart of like the
something
jungle
bay.
where there's just insane, like even the satellite images of like the pyramid cities and like just the ruins in the heart of the jungle.
A Discord for this. I might click on it.
One
more thing.
No. So yeah. So there's loads of stuff I've got here in the Discord. This is just naming stuff. I've got like pictures of like how the Mandan tribe bull boats look exactly like the Welsh coracle. I've got pre-Columbian Old World coins in America, an entire PDF on that. Stuff like the Natchez Indians, the Reverend Morgan Jones and the Welsh Indians, which makes sense for what we've been talking about with the Welsh coming over. Pineapples in Pompeii, Egyptian hieroglyphs which showed maize and pineapples. And pineapples in Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Dude, a lot of historical, like I'm reading these old books all the time, and they always talk about corn. And then when you look up why, they say it's because basically other types of grains were called corn in these other places around the world. But I still think it's suspicious. I believe them.
Yeah, they're just trying to cover that shit up.
This is a hieroglyph, and it literally is definitely maize. But anyway, what else have we got?
This
COD,
is what we
right?
have to use AI for.
Hey, how about this? Right?
And tracking all of this info, and like feed the AI all of this actual data points that it can start showing. And like if it starts to, it will statistically start proving all of this undeniable evidence.
Well, even this article about COD, right? So basically COD, right?
I do, sorry.
Right into the 19th century and everything, right? Cod was the main source of protein for like most of Western and Central European nations, right? In the Middle Ages, dried cod, or stockfish as it was known, underwrote economies. It predated the gold standard. Basque fishermen, now remember who the Basque are, Basque fishermen from northern Spain crossed the Atlantic to their secret fishing grounds off Newfoundland long before Christopher Columbus claimed he found the New World, and they returned with their holds filled with dried and salted cod, right? And you can find this. That even the cod merchants were there in America getting hold of their stuff. It's absolutely crazy how much. And like I say, look at the Roman amphora. And then also there is the Phoenician ship that was supposedly found off the coast of Turkey. I can't remember the exact name of the wreck. Ulburum wreck.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Ulburum wreck, and supposedly it had Michigan copper on board, which obviously would come from Michigan. You could say, well, no, it didn't. Where's the proof? But there is a well-known Michigan copper mystery. If you look up the missing Michigan copper,
they admit that now. They have no choice.
They admit that all the copper is missing from these mines, and all of the Native American artifacts they found do not account for even 0.05% of all that missing copper. It went somewhere, somebody mined it and took it somewhere. It's gone, end of story, and they can't find it in America. Like
the same story in South America or South Africa one time over as well. I have to just point out, but like what you're saying, it's bang on. It's like, where the fuck did it all go?
Yeah, no, it is, and that's the thing is, if you want to talk about whether it turned up in the Mediterranean or not, end of story, don't matter. What does matter is it's missing and they can't find it, so it's gone somewhere.
Well, look at this map here. You have a lot of these cities built, and this one right here, I was typing in some of these cities on Google to try to figure out some stuff about them, and this one right here called Toto Tanakh, I ended up finding this book that's in German, and I wasn't able to translate it because it's written in like an older version of German. I'm about to bring it up right now, but the parts I was able to transfer said the guy's describing it as being a fortified city. So like I guess these German explorers were checking out this city. This book is from, I can't remember what year it's from. Let's see if it says. But anyways, I was looking for someone to translate this. I thought I found someone, but he said he lived in Germany, but then he's like, I don't speak German. Yeah, that's weird. But
mate, I've had so many people do that to me, right? Like they'll say, I can translate this document for you, and then they just translate it using like a standard screen translator. I'm just like, dude, I could have done that.
That's what I tried to do. I tried to copy and paste this, but it doesn't pick up on these letters very well. But what I was able to translate from being able to just type it in, because I can't read all of this either, it said something about the city being fortified and like them doing an attack on it or something. So this is long before what, I'm going to go back to the map real quick. This is long before what in America they say there should be any cities over here, and there definitely shouldn't be fortified cities. But you see right here, they're showing castles and stuff. And if you know how big, for example, Cusco, Peru is,
it shows what year was this again?
Man. It's like,
shows the same thing. This is 1567.
So this is only 70 years after. Or no, not even 70, is it?
Ships and go to Cusco.
Was it 65 years something? No, 75 years.
Another interesting thing that my buddy Elkman pointed out to me, because we were looking at this together the other day, and he said that I haven't had a chance to verify what he said, but he said that Canada shouldn't even exist on this map. According to mainstream history, Canada wasn't even a word back then. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah. I know exactly what he's talking about. I've noticed that in a few of the maps too. And so many different, like all over the world, literally
also on this one,
their names like on way older maps. And it's like, what the WF fuck? Like, it's clearly the same, like civilized, or the same names and like lands being named over and over again. And just why is it being lied and covered up? And why are they denying it?
I think that it's possible that the Yuan dynasty in China made its way over to America, because I've seen books that talk about them having trade in America back in the 13th century. I'm not saying it specifically that I'm saying that these people made it over and they maybe
I mean, well, they definitely did. Like, you know what, right? I was actually going to talk about this before, but you brought me back to it. So momentarily give me the screen back if you can. I will jump over. Oh, there we go. Let me jump over to the correct thing. Was it this one? No, it wasn't. It was on here, wasn't it? Right, sorry, don't look into the hole, people. It's right. So this was that map that's the book that I was talking about for Flags of All Nations, and
Someone asked
over
for links to
here.
German book. My bad.
What was that, bro?
I was reading a comment. I forgot that I was not muted. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Read it out loud.
They said, can you share the link to the German book? So I'm going to do that.
All right, okay.
Oh, how dare you. What a hot mic moment. Ah!
Yeah, anyway, so you can see here the population of the world, distribution of religions and races. And it'll tell you heathens cover all of this area, aside from our little strip of Greek Christians here in Asia, and our tiny section here, which you can only assume, considering it's just north of the Amur River, which is drawn here. And you can only assume that, considering this is the area known as the Jutures, that Mr. Historia might have been correct before when he told you that this is the home of Tenduk, the Christian kingdom, apparently, which became Christian in 1290. That's when Prester John apparently formed his kingdom. So I'm suggesting that before that, the reason it was Tenduk is because it was obviously the Tengriism that they were following at the time. Yeah, which makes sense, doesn't it?
No, because that goes against I think that goes against mainstream history, because Kublai Khan should have been the leader of the Mongols in 1290, right?
Well, it definitely goes against it with the history of Prester John itself doesn't really match. That's a whole pile to go into itself. But yeah, if you go onto every single map that has Tenduk listed, essentially, I won't say every single, most 90% of the maps that have Tenduk listed, it will say Christian Kingdom formed in Anno J 1290. And I don't think that that's obviously, it's not obviously, well, it's definitely not the nation itself, but that's just that city. So that's when he's made that his capital. So whoever it is, it doesn't know if it's 1290 or whatever it could be. But the point is you can see that Christianity is clearly carried over because the people north of the Amur. So, I mean, give me a sec. We'll jump onto Google Earth just to show people where we're talking about here.
You know how to work Google Moons? If you can do the Google Earth on your computer really good there, Mr. Lucky.
I've not tried it, but what does it do?
Because we need to explore one day this, and maybe 13th Monkey 213. Oh, shout out TT. We got a TT. There's the TT, and shout out 13th Monkey with the next Dutch Starfort episode doing in the Google Earth, that at the end we should do Google Moon and see this one site that apparently it is this 3-mile long saucer UFO that's right on the border of the dark side of the moon, and that apparently there's same Google images anomalies of the cigar-shaped freaking craft on the Google Moon that exists, that if anybody's ever seen the Apollo 20 or Apollo 22 mission, it's called. A lot of people say, like, for the time frame it first came out on the internet, it seems legit, of the joint Soviet-American moon mission that literally flew over that thing. And I don't know, it's either the most epic punk ever, where somebody funded a very good hoax at a very early time period of the internet, and then Google would still be maintaining it possibly to this day if this same cigar shape is actually at these coordinates. But yeah, sorry about that. Let's get back to Earth and your Google Earth reality. Sorry for being a space cadet there, and way out of left field.
Right. Anyway, so this is the Amur River, as you can see, coming in here, comes up to here. This over here, I don't know if it'll come up with a name. Do I have them on? Maybe I don't. Let's whack them all on. That might help. Yeah, so clicking. Okay, nothing's happening. There we go. That should work. Are you gonna tell me now? No, it's not. Okay. I'm missing one.
What are we looking
Can't see
for?
him down there. Doesn't matter. That's Golf or Tarsha anyway. It doesn't really matter. But it's just
From
naming that. And
shotgun.
I've turned everything off and I can't see because there's a picture in my way on the on my desk. So it doesn't matter. But this is the Amur River anyway. So that was the point we were trying to make. So the douches usually come from around this area. I don't have a map on hand, but I will provide it in the video I eventually make about this in the next few days when I'm trying to locate all these places. So this
I
here,
like it. I look forward to it. I love
just to help you, it makes sense, right? Because Tenduk is supposed to be in the Far East. That's what Marco Polo says. He says it's north of Cathay, which we know is supposed to be China, but it's kind of not. Cathay is the region between the the Great Wall of China, just obviously, here. So the Great Wall of China originally here.
13th Monkey, you want to come on for this map stuff? Actually, Mike, like if you're available, Mike, 13th Monkey Mike is perfect for all of the actual walls.
He's a very good guy, dude. I like that guy's map stuff. He's very good. Get him on. I've never spoken to him as well, and I'm gonna go soon, so it'd be great.
Yeah.
But quickly before I do, so
it's
usually
12
right,
a.m. here right now. Sorry to interrupt. Now,
yeah, mate. You know what? It's actually 7:15 in the morning. I don't know why I'm still awake.
Big up.
Yeah, I know, for real. So obviously you got Great Wall of China over here, right? We definitely had a kingdom around here. There was definitely I can't remember the exact name of the place, but there's another Kambalu over here that I found.
all
Come up in
right,
the next
we've
video.
got Mike coming on.
Then we've got this area. Basically, they'll tell you that Cathay is China. The reason they'll tell you that is because of this big section here. You see this? This big yellow bit here that's all China, because that didn't used to be China. So when they say that Cathay just means China, they mean Cathay means this bit of China. And they never distinguish, and they try and say, "Oh, it just means China." It's just a confusion. It was never a real place. It just means China, but it wasn't. It was the region that the Manchu Tatars that became the One Dynasty came from.
Excuse me.
So this is where a lot of the confusion comes from, and the change in history is that China originally, that's the reason the war was there. The story, again, official, some people like to say, was the Tatars keeping the Chinese in. I mean, there are some people that suggest that it was actually Alexander Gog Magog style boarding the Chinese in, like, you can't get out, you bastards. Maybe it was, but the official story originally,
it's just a wild space cadet idea. Be a wall of the last of the giants sort of thing, trying to like keep them separated.
Well, I mean, it was a really small wall, so if they were giants, they would have stepped over it.
I don't mean like titans. I just mean like, like the.
I mean, apparently, the Chinese, the what they said, the Chinese used to guard this wall with 1 million soldiers, which I mean, whatever. And then eventually they changed it to just looking after certain points of entry that were good. But you've got to remember that whatever way it was, these guys were trying to stop the Tatars getting in, which I find hilarious that they had this wall for thousands of years to stop these guys. And then one guy was like, should we ask the Tatars for help? And then they took over. And like, why did we do that? That's what the wall was for. But yeah.
Shout out Paul Knight. Also,
according to Marco Polo, the story behind the fall of Tenduk and the fall of Prester John was that Genghis Khan asked for Prester John's daughter's hand in marriage, and Prester John said he would rather burn her or something than give up.
Prester John Genghis Khan.
Yeah, again,
they sound very similar.
That wouldn't make sense with the dating that we talked about.
I agree.
Genghis Khan would have been dead. Yeah, so one sec. One thing I did notice, again, this is something I've just walked into last night, is that some of Cain from the Bible, Cain and Abel.
Mhm.
Some of the people, like his children or people that worked for him, I think it was the blacksmith of Cain, used the name. I want to say Jabal Cain, Jabal Khan, and then there was a Tubal Cain, and I was like, oh no, here we go, because I suddenly thought, what if Khan comes from Cain? And now Kubal Cain suddenly makes sense. And I was like, oh, that's actually really good. Kubal Cain. Do you get me?
Yeah,
That
there probably is something to that.
Yeah. I mean, I have
Especially
not
since the
delved
descendants
into
of Ham
that,
were
so
supposed
that is
to.
fresh. That is fresh right now. So if anyone else wants to jump the gun on me and go beat me to that, feel free. You've just been thrown a fresh piece of meat, and you can have it. But back to what we're talking about, we're very interested. I love these connections between words. They just seem to pop up at the moment. But like we talked about, Tenduk, right? These people, if you look up Tenduk, they'll be like, nope, didn't exist, made it up. The guy didn't know what he's talking about, right? But then you find the Jutures eventually, and they go, oh, the Jutures? Yeah, they're just over here. And you're like, you dicks, why didn't you say that before? Right? That is what Wikipedia is like. They hide the information, and it's
they're so
right.
bad.
It is there though, right? A lot of the time, the information is actually there. This is the
Yeah,
mad thing, but it's hidden under really specific names, right? The
Exactly.
amount of times I've searched for a person's name and I've found nothing, and then I've searched for
Right?
one of their alternative names that's very specific, and I've managed to find the person, and in their listed names will be that first name you were searching for, and you'd be like, why didn't it fucking come up before? And that's it. This is the way they do it. They hide the info. And it's all about the way Google presents the information as well at the end of the day. But going back to what we're talking about, just remember that Cathay would have been, and remember this wasn't part of it either.
Preston Janice.
Right? Shout out
Right.
Paul.
Look at this.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go for a quick marijuana
man.
bong rip. I will be back in 5. Love you guys.
So when you consider Beijing, which was obviously Peking, which literally meant city of the king, which became Khan Balik. The reason it became Khan Balik is because it got invaded, and they said, right, this is now called Khan Balik. You can see there, Kang Chun. That's probably connected, right? Kikihar, in fact, this was Titsukar. This was one of the capitals. You'll find this in one of the books. One of the capitals of Chinese Tartary was Titsukar, and that's Kikihar here. So you can see how the capitals. This was capital of Chinese Tartary. Okay, right here, and there's been more. There's Sagali and Ulahoten, which turns out to be an ancient city of Aigun, which was again another capital, but the ancient capital. And I'm not sure where that is. I can't see it right now, but it's around here somewhere. And all these places, I think it's higher up actually on the I might be wrong, but all these places, like I say, they've written out of history in a way. And they always try and point you to Beijing and say, oh, Kumbalich, that's over here. And the joke is that Kumbalu is actually the one over here. Kumbalich was all the way over in Russia. Kumbalich actually referred to their one, which was Cyber or Tobolsk. It moved around again. But this is how history gets changed. So this is where Beijing is. And this is where the capital of Chinese Tartary was at one point. I can't remember the exact date, but we're talking 1700s. So, it's a big difference. Very big difference between that and that. Yet they'll tell you that it's here. But that's obviously because what the Chinese want, isn't it? They want their people to believe that they've always had power from over here, and that, it's supreme. They don't want that information getting out. And we had, the British themselves. We sailed in. We literally got on our ships with the French, sailed in, landed, and just took over Peking. And we caused this guy, whoever was in charge, can't remember his name, caused him to flee this way into Manchuria, which was called Tartaria. If you look at those articles on my channel, say he fled to Tartary, which was this bit.
Yeah,
so
look
not
up
only... Go on, sorry.
the guy I was talking about earlier, the guy who was the last emperor of Manchu China during World War II. He's connected to what you're talking about. So if you haven't looked
Okay,
into them
well,
yet,
right,
maybe you
we'll
should.
look it up in one sec. But what I'm saying is, if you look at those articles, somebody brought this up in one of those articles. He said how the person didn't flee to Tartary, because if he'd fled to Tartary, he'd have had to flee all the way over here, because this is Tartary. But the thing is, obviously, this was part of Tartary as well. Russia, or the Romanovs, or whatever you want, however you want to phrase that, the people that took over slowly expanded this way. And the Tatar Empire was essentially all of this. They were fighting the Chinese on and off all the time. Sometimes they were tributaries, and that's why the war was there. They took down here, they took all these areas. Chinese were holding off. You know, they did go under Tatar control, don't get me wrong, but they were generally fighting for a long time. But what's happened is it started to collapse at this side. Russia takes this section. It first tries to take Little Tartary, fails because it has the Turks taking over, and it's also been spreading east around the same time. It's taken Tobolsk from the Nogay tribe's been taken, and it moves east all the way up to here. And that's when it makes the alliance with the Chinese, who were the Tatars at this point, and it makes the alliance with them that the Amur River is the line between their two empires, and it says no more. And then at some point during that, the Tatars in this area decide, right, we're taking over because these guys are idiots, and they do. And obviously, it just all devolves, and we end up with all these individual nations and no history. But all of this between here to there and there to there was all definitely part of the Tartarian Empire. And whether it comes up to here is it's debatable, because people can talk about that all day. Whether land has changed, up to you. But this is the most important thing. So we go back to this. What was it we were looking at? Right. Come back to here. So as we were talking about the 10 duchies, the Christian kingdom, just above the Amur River. I said this is the Gulf of Tartary here. And that's Sagalan, and etc. And we see that all these people are heathens. And down here, we can see the distribution of races in the world. So this is 1865. And look at that. Mongolian.
Interesting. Wow.
Now look at that. Now, doesn't that match with what we've seen?
Mm-hmm.
The Danites and the, who spread up to the north, the Vikings.
Wait, so it's saying that Greenland and parts of North America as well?
All Mongolian, yeah.
Amazing.
It's saying entire Greenland, all of Nova Scotia, tip down here of Canada, all of there, all of it. And then obviously all of this. They're saying all of that is Mongolian.
And I've also found books, like I said, that talk about them having places in Peru and also along the Ohio River. So it's not listed on this map, but this gives more credibility to that, at least.
Races is one thing, but, if it's an empire, it wouldn't necessarily be a race thing. Like, for example, the British Empire. Look at this map. How much of it did Britain control? Yeah, if you did a DNA test right now, would you be able to find enough evidence in all these places to suggest the British ever controlled it? You'd probably be there going, nah, there's no evidence the British are ever here.
Well, the British took a lot of, I guess, inspiration from the Mongolians, because the Mongolians, before they would take over a place by war, they would always offer them a peaceful means of just giving tributaries to them every year, right? So like basically when they sent people over there to document what was going on with the Mongolian Empire, they were taking notes of what was going on. They were so impressed by what they saw. They were impressed by the paper currency. They were impressed by the printing press. They were impressed by the canal systems, the waterways, pretty much anything you could possibly think of. So they took that inspiration and applied it to their own regions when they got back.
Well,
exactly. So what I'm saying is basically is that the Mongolian Empire was more than likely in North America, but they were just getting tributaries from these nations, from these other nations.
Well,
and the main leader passed away.
I think it was they've definitely been taken over. Yeah. When you look at Chinese Tartary in the articles towards the end of the 19th century,
you'll see that they were under protection of China or under the protection of Russia. So yeah, it is about, like you say, protection. So when this empire fell, these places probably needed protection, and I actually do start to think that the idea of Uncle Sam moving west across America with, you know, money in one hand to say sorry about that fire you accidentally had does seem to kind of have a lot of credence to it, that it might be you know, this whole Native American thing might actually be a cover up for a much wider invasion, you know, and a systematic displacement of the people who live there, essentially genocide. But if
I think
best,
I think
you
it's
know,
a little bit more
replacement.
complicated than that. Personally, I think that up until potentially until I guess the Louisiana Purchase, more than likely there was other civilizations in America that were remnants of this Mongolian civilization mixed with other civilizations like the French, for example. Because one interesting thing about the Mongolian Empire that ties into also the French is that you have this thing called partible inheritance. So it's when the leader passes away, instead of giving his property and his kingship to one son or the oldest son or something like that, it's divided between all the children, right? So that's actually why the Mongolian Empire failed mostly, is because when the main leader died, his sons would usually end up fighting over who would want more control than what they were given. The same thing happened with the French. The same thing happens multiple times throughout history, but I just think it's interesting how in all of these cities in America, for example, you see these buildings that have the fleur-de-lis and stuff like that. And you see in older maps before New France was even a place that there were clearly cities there already, right?
With the canals and the castles and everything there. It's crazy. And then the leftover language of the locals.
Is my audio working, guys?
Hear you loud and clear.
Excellent.
Good to have you, my 13th monkey brother. Pleasure.
Oh, mate, nice to meet you.
A good morrow and or evening to you guys.
Absolutely. Good day.
So what do you think about
I'm
the
about
Mongolians?
to go to bed any second now. I'm going to make some food. But I just thought I'd bring up this map of Asia, which came from the same book as we just looked at, this one.
Really?
Yeah, This is the same book. Yeah, because
Hey, Luke,
we do that.
whilst you're here, have a gander at the map I'm sharing.
Okay,
we will do in a sec.
Yeah, we'll just let him finish. And
So
then
let's have a look. So this is
Leaves,
1865.
yes. Oh, God, yes.
1865. Oh, I do find that interesting, don't you? Father. Was it Father India? Ooh.
And that's for the Indus. Oh,
That's
no,
cool.
Indus Valley.
But yeah, so this gives us a nice breakdown of what was going on in 1865. So as you can see, they've come up with the name Siberia. Do you know where that comes from? Siberia?
I do not. I actually have several friends from quote unquote Siberia, but I do not know where it came from.
So you see this place here, Tobolsk. Right. Well, this itself was one of the capitals listed down for Muscovite Tartary, which is what this became known as. So Siberia became known as Muscovite Tartary. Muscovy is obviously over here, but it belonged to Muscovy, so it was Muscovite Tartary. Tobolsk is listed as a capital, but it wasn't the actual capital. It became the capital after they had a war. The actual capital, we think, was around here, possibly a bit lower. We know that this here, Lake Alton, is known as Kithe Lakes, or Kitan Lake, or whatever. Loads of different names. Okay, Lake on lots of older maps. What's that? Sorry.
I have a whole different view on where Lake Kithe was.
Oh well, it's Lake Teleskoy in Russia, but we've kind of found it on maps. We followed the Obi right down to it. You might be right, but we found loads to do with it. Loads of places around there that
and that there can be multiple lakes with the same ancient names.
Yeah, they definitely could. But this specific one, we literally, you can follow it down this way. It cuts off. You can come all the way down, and these are the Altai Mountains in Mongolia. As you can see, it's literally there on the map. But that aside, we know that there was a capital around here somewhere, and it was called Cyber, right? The capital was Cyber. It was the Khanate of Cyber. So presumably you might find like Khan Cyber or Amir Cyber or something around Khan Cyber, Sabite Skoy, I bet. Cyber Skoy. I definitely saw a Cyber Skoy or something. But all this is just to cover up that this Siberia is named after Cyber. And Cyber was the original town. Tobolsk was actually built by the Muscovites as a base, as a fort. They built the fort down the river. They put their forces there, and then they attacked somewhere around here. They attacked the capital of Cyber, and over a few years, they finally got it. Then the Tatars attacked back and took it back, but then the Muscovites came back and fully destroyed it, according to the official record. Well, I say official, it's hard to find, but if you get down there, that's the official record. But as you can see, Siberia is our Muscovite Tartary. You can see this is still listed as Tartary. You can see this, by the way, Ulatag. Something again you'll see. Sometimes in China, there'll be a place listed as Ula as being the old capital of Tartary there. But yeah, we've talked about...
Ulaanbaatar is the current capital of Mongolia.
Which one was that, sorry?
Ulaanbaatar is
the
current capital of Mongolia.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, Ulaanbaatar. Brilliant. Yeah, with the same that Ula, because we were confused because Ula can mean just on the lake. But we, etymologies can be so difficult because they can change the meanings of these things. But as you can see, we move around to our Chinese empire, and it's 1865, and it's controlling obviously all these lands. So the Muscovites have taken all of this. The Chinese Tatars have taken over this, and it's really difficult to say whether these are Chinese Tatars at this point, because yes, they are descendants of the Chinese Tatars, but do they care? Do they really care that they're Tatars as they see the advancing Russian forces? Do you think they sit there going, but we're Tatars?
They don't. I don't think they ever knew that they were Tartars. I don't think they ever used that name for themselves.
Well, not necessarily, but as in, do you think they cared that they came from the Manchu areas, or do you think they cared about the fact that they lived in a beautiful palace? They probably just thought, fuck this, this is our land. And that's the problem, is that I think people expect, because they're Tartarian, we have to stand up for other Tartarians, which we do see in, Turkey, when little Tartary is being invaded, we see the Ottomans helping, which debatably part of the same empire.
And the Turks going all that way up, and that in Little Crimea, Little Tartar, aka Crimea, that the Tartar population there today is both self-identifies as Turkish and as as an Islamic Muslim faith sort of thing.
This is what I was talking about, by the way. Sagali and Ula. Before, when I said Ula, you see how it's the double O pronunciation here, or spelling here. And on the other maps, you'll see it with the ULA. So it's saying that Sagali and Ulahoten is the ancient city of Aigun. You can see it's on this Amur River. And, if we go back to our Google Maps, as we talked about Amur here, and, down here was one of them, Kikyar. If we look at where the Amur flows, you can see it cuts all the way up here. And I think if we'll get Sagalian. Can't get out. Did I spell it wrong? I feel like I didn't. No, that's Sakala, mate. You're wrong. Okay. Never mind. This was actually where Michael Jackson was born.
For real?
Jackson.
Yeah, and hee.
Wonderland song by him earlier. Weird.
Sorry, it was a really bad joke, but anyway.
I like bad jokes.
Yeah, so we'll move on anyway. Somebody else can take over. You wanted to...
the last time I saw...
First, sorry, because 13th Monkey, we have to show transitioning from one Google Earth to another.
the walls of Tartaria and just all the data points that Mike here has.
Right, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go because I'm really hungry.
Hold on,
and I'm gonna
Luke.
go to bed.
Just it's relevant to your area. And this is Mike 13th
Okay.
Monkey from the the group chat.
What happened to the other 12?
What?
They got stuck in the clock.
I like how Bernie's just like, what? What's happening?
he just took him on it.
Yeah, no, we'll. Unfortunately, it is like 7 a.m., so you caught me at a very bad time.
I guess the sun is
We will definitely have to have a proper chat on my channel sometime.
For sure.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I can imagine you wanting to sleep
You know
this
what,
hour.
fine. I'll have one more spliff and listen to you, and then I'll go and have some noodles.
Okay, right?
and
Because
then-
look, that's Lake Baikal there, right in the main Siberia area.
Honestly, though, well, you know what? You're gonna have to be the one that explains to Streets
He's
of
going to.
Tartaria why I can't send him his episodes tomorrow because I'm asleep.
That bad, huh?
Oh dear. Well,
no. To be fair, I'm gonna eat some noodles and go to bed and then sleep for hopefully like
and then you'll record
12 hours. If that's my best sleep, 12 hours at least, maybe
It is.
14.
I feel that. Me after this. All right.
Yeah, I probably gotta head out
Mike,
here
let you
soon,
take it
too.
away a little bit, or yeah,
A little bit then.
because then I know Shem has to work.
I'm just filling in to what Luke is doing. Pretty much, he told me like if you want to look for Tenduk, you gotta have the Ergun River. So I got 2 locations that could qualify. Like I use a color system for the stars. Anything dark blue is still visible. Anything green is visible. Red, black, and light blue colors is just, it was something there. I have a map of it, or a strong suspicion that it was there.
I don't want to search it. Have you seen the city of Argonoy?
Spelling?
I think it's city Argon, as in normal Argon with OE at the end. I think because there's Argun and Argonoy. I might have to find it for you.
No
and
worries.
get back to you.
This is all.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to find because obviously you've got the Chinese names and they're completely different. So a lot of the time, if you don't have the Chinese names to hand, it can be. It might even be. Ooh, let me have a look. Is it Argononskoy? I'll look it up anyway. But you carry on. Sorry to interrupt, bro.
Oh, no worries. That location looks like it could have.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. So I've just sorry, it just came up. It's in a very old book from 1818. It's talking about Sigali and the Duchy of Schleswig containing Argonskoy, a town of Siberia. So Argonskoy is obviously Argon. It's like Argon, yeah. So that's a town of Siberia. On the
names of, sorry to interrupt, just I quickly have to say those names of Middle Earth, of freaking Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, Aragon, and whatnot. Again.
Oh yeah, here it says. Right, okay. Argonskoy, a town of Siberia on the frontiers of eastern Turkey. There are mines of silver and lead near it. A pearl fishery in the river Argun. So there is Argonskoy on the river Argun. Sorry. So yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, Argonskoy.
Yeah, Skoy. Like SKOI. Argonskoy.
If anything, it's gone.
If you Google Argonskoy, you'll find books. Google books come up like this one called A General Gazetteer or Compendious Geographical Dictionary. It's from 1818, I think. But stuff like that, just write that down, and then you got stuff to look into. You definitely should come into our Discord, man. You'd love it in there. I might have to give you a creator's free entry, although I shouldn't say that around Shem because he's already paid. So Oh, actually, no, he deleted his channel, so technically he's given up his
Oh
right.
no, you
hasn't
got
he?
to kick me out.
Yeah,
I gotta pay.
did John Levi give you a shout out this past weekend? Did was that
Yeah,
were you the Shem?
Yeah, he did. That's pretty cool. I wasn't expecting that.
He
That's
shouted you
dope.
out and you deleted your channel.
So yeah,
I
right.
bet-
Do you have a Britney moment? Like you shaved your
Fucking
hair, you
kiss of
deleted
death.
your channel because John Levi gave
Dude,
you
I
a
shaved my
shout
head
out.
way
That's
before any of
what
this happened. I shaved my head. I shaved
I
my head like
know.
a few weeks
To be
ago.
fair, that's the biggest insult you give someone. Like they shout you out, and you
Britney
delete your
moment.
channel. Like I don't even want to be your friend.
It is what it is.
Oh, when you mentioned like Lake Keithai, I think this was Lake Keithai, the whole of the Terran Basin.
Right? Okay. I mean, it could be, but I feel like that'd be too big, way too big. Because look at the size of it compared to like Caspian Sea, and if you look on every single map that we've got of the Caspian, I'm not trying to dispute you, but every single map of the Caspian Sea that we've got, even when it's sideways, Lake Cathay is always hugely smaller than that one. And,
But
and it just
so is the Lake Baikal.
Well, yeah, but Baikal's right there. You can see Baikal.
But Baikal is a lot smaller on all of the old maps.
That no longer
Yeah,
exists
but
at all.
that's look at how tiny Baikal is compared to that one that you're suggesting Kithe is. Like, honestly, like I've spent so much time convincing the moderator of my Discord, and he finally turned around. Like after he'd seen so much, he was like, "Okay, it is Telskoy." But
so how is the Caspian Sea oriented? This is just questions I ask everybody. Like, how is the Caspian Sea oriented east-west here? And it's oriented east-west, like way up until the 1700s, right?
Yeah.
It's the same here, and like that's Lake Keithai, and it sits right next to the desert of Lop, right? And if I look up the desert of Lop, that's right here.
Yeah, it's possible, but would it? Right. Okay. Well, here's one thing. Have you found a direct line between that and the River Obi? Because that's integral to the idea, is that it's connected to the Obi River. Right. Okay. So, for example, look at this. Sorry, if I give me the screen again for a sec, and I'll just quickly show my shit.
All right.
Am I in? Or...
Oh my god, did I accidentally remove anybody? Is the right screen up? I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. There we go. Right. Okay, so look, right. This is 1607. You can see obviously our Caspian, running the wrong direction. But what you've also got, right?
Size.
Yeah. What you've got to imagine as well, right? And this is a very real thing. Magnetic north was literally around like so close to Canada at this point in time. In 1607, the magnetic north was not where we think it was. So if you were mapping, you might be directed the wrong way as you're going around these things. But at the same time, I do also agree that something has happened that's messed with our kind of environment at the way we see it on these maps as opposed to today. I agree with both. Like, so, but I don't want to get into that. It's the absolute size. Like you say, look, here it is. It's going down. You've got Tashkent supposedly around here. So when you look up Tashkent, where that is, you've got, as we saw, Kamberlich. It's on the Obi Flu, and you can see how the Obi here connects. It goes all the way up. These are the kind of, we looked at that on this Google Earth here when I went up away from to, to around here. Let's spin this a bit. Ooh, there we go. So the one that we think it is let's have a look, Lake Telskoy, right? And another thing to give it away, Altai Republic, the people are called the Alteans, right? This lake is called the Lake Altin on other maps. We saw it on the other map. It's called Lake Altin. It's the exact same map. It's called Lake Altin. If you come in here, I don't know if it comes on this one, but you'll literally see there's a place here called like Altay Village. So you might have to go on to a different maps. Yeah, it's like an Altay Village around here, Altin Village, and it's this essentially is what you're looking for because it follows the Obi all the way up around here, and it matches up. It hits our areas where we think it should do, and eventually goes up down here. So I'm more than happy to be wrong, but that would make sense because it goes straight into our areas as well of Mongolia. Look right into the Karakoram areas, Ulaanbaatar over there. It's prime area. It's like I say, it's been dammed as well. This river has been dammed, so it's small. This will possibly be a much different shape to what we know. It could have been over here somewhere. It could have been right here filling this up because they have dammed them. They do this all the time. They put dams everywhere and they change the rivers.
Evidence, right?
Yeah, but this fits with where we are. And I really do believe that is Altay. It makes sense because look, there's Baikal, there's Telescoy, but whilst maybe it should be bigger. Maybe they've dammed it and it should actually be a lot bigger than it's showing. But that's the best candidate as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, if you want to take the screen back off me,
I think BurnEye left, so you got to show us something else interesting.
Oh, right, okay, right. I'm just gonna stop the screen then.
I went with like I said, I went with the locations of cities that I found, and the Desert of Lop was a big giveaway for me. Being on the right side of the Lake Kithai, and it holds a couple of places that were along the Silk Road.
Yeah, well, they talk about in Tamerlane's text of the people that come from the desert and the Tartars that come from that desert. So I suppose that it's very likely that could be the one because they try and suggest it's Gobi Desert, but
but Gobi is more northeastward even still, and what I found on most of these old maps is the Koras or Kurus. I can't read on most of these maps, but it's Koras Lakis. It's the northernmost lake that you find on these maps in Siberia, which current day is Lake Baikal. It's the northernmost lake in Siberia you'll find of any noteworthy size that a mapper would pay attention to. It also has like
Lake Baikal is so crazy. It's got like freshwater, like
my friend thinks he's my moderator thinks he's found this the other day, basically off Lake Lena. So Koras Lake as itself I can't define, but if you look for Maya Lake, Maya, that is where we think that is at the moment. Or Maya River, sorry.
I have to ask, what is the
Maya River,
tag?
not like.
What's up with the hedgehog tag? What is that?
I am a hedgehog. Oh,
I have a hedgehog. Oh, pay no attention. I'll show you in a second.
Apparently I'm bald or wear a wig, or does anybody even know what that means? Like,
does what mean?
Are you sure it's your hair?
Clearly I'm not bald or wear a wig. Like, I just didn't get what he was saying earlier, but I'm sorry to bring up back to everything.
All right, Wiggy. Down there, by the way, look there. You'll see that beautiful thing. You zoom in on again down to you. Yep, there.
You can tell that hurt.
Condor Massive, is it? Look right in.
Yeah, it's a
I
mine,
think it's
right?
called Condor Massive.
Yeah, they mined this place. I looked at this.
Condor Massive. Hey,
have you guys had any luck finding the burial place of the Mongol leaders?
I found some,
but I think it's probably just west of where we're talking about right now. Like the ones in Mongolia are definitely fake. I mean, well, not fake, but as you know, the ones they use in Karakoram are fake. You know,
Well, it should
the
be.
ones that they show you.
It should just be
Like,
one location, right? Because like the whole tradition was that they took all of the leaders to the same spot. No matter where they died, they'd have to make the journey back to the same location. And anyone who they came across on the way back, they would kill and sacrifice them.
Can you
and bury
imagine
them
just
in
being
the
walking past, like, "Hey guys,"
You're on your way home from work, you just picked up like a fresh fish or something from the market, and you're like all excited to eat it.
Yeah, an arrow goes through your neck. Yeah, I don't think it was like that, but my belief is that yeah, it was because when you look at the maps of whereabouts this stuff was, I think it's between Lena and Russia, so a little bit east. It's definitely in Siberian territory, as far as I'm concerned. I think the Mongolian
100%.
aspect, whilst they were real, like I think the Mongolian aspect of it doesn't make sense because when you look at Karakoram that they show you, it's tiny. It's definitely
It's
not.
really big.
No, but it's in the Karakoram that they show you, the actual one. Yeah, no, but it's just walls. It's just walls. It's tiny. There's nothing in it.
Yeah, but it's outside of. You want to look like the wall
but
extended
right,
like by a big way.
Yeah, but even that's tiny compared to a real city. Well, you've got to remember these people apparently had millions of people.
This one is small, but most of them are about a mile by a mile. The square cities.
But right,
that I have
zoom in on
marked
it
out,
again.
like,
Zoom. It's the thing is you don't know whether it was just a defensive fortification from during a war, or whether it was actually a city, because you know they had wars all over these areas and they built forts that were torn down like super quick. That's one thing about it. The Mongolian areas, they just don't seem to have the infrastructure either. Like whilst they might have these settlements, they don't have to have the evidence of the infrastructure. It's if you move north into the Russian areas, that's where it is, because all these areas were taken over by Russia and turned straight into the manufacturing machine, putting it straight back to Russia. And they built train lines straight to these places. So as soon as they took over a place, they're moving trains nearby and getting in there. So whilst these sites, I definitely agree, will be something. That's beautiful. What's the name of that? Do you know?
Nope.
Yeah,
I mean, most of these places, I looked into a bunch of text about like people looking into this stuff. Most of the Mongolians living here just call these places the Old Town.
Yeah, or they'd be
They have no idea. They have no idea when it was built, how it was built, why it was built. They just live right next to it.
Or it's the city of the gods, right? Or like they're the local legends. Lots of them just don't fucks with it because they're spooked by
I've heard that exact thing in an old book that said that the people of the areas had no idea and they just called it the Old Town.
There's a lot of these in South America too. It's blowing my mind because I haven't seen these before, but I've seen them in the Amazon rainforest, and I'm just shocked.
Well, the line that I've heard from like the really super flamenco view is that it's all bollocks and that all the events basically happened in Russia. Even things like Samarkand, they'll reposition them to Russia basically and say the stories you're being told are just bollocks to move it. But it's up to you, obviously, in whatever you believe. I have to be as a researcher. I'm not allowed to actually believe anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's grim. Yeah, you have to have
you're supposed to keep a very critical mind. It's like when people ask me, like, what did the Starforts do? I don't know.
Yeah. You're like,
I really don't.
let me give you
there,
4 different points of view. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, yeah, people ask me that, and I say, right, well, this is the official narrative. This is the alternative narrative. Some people believe this, believe what you want, and they'll be like, well, what do you think? Well, okay, well, I think, but doesn't matter. This is the how it is, because the minute you start, especially when you've got a couple hundred subscribers, when you start telling people what you believe, you almost influencing them, I feel that you kind of have a bit of a duty to not be as rigid. I don't want to be a fucking salesman.
You're speculating because
I don't want to come onto a channel and bullshit that I know more than I do.
I have speculated that star forts, like some of them were used for agriculture with like more of like how they had like the water coming, and that there was most likely underground water like pumping up to the center of it, and then that's what fed all of these outer flowing moats. And that it was also a major part of this ancient infrastructure and trade and seafaring people throughout the entire realm that had these things. But that's about as far as it is. And that is also just speculation, because there's lots that say it could be far more advanced. There's lots that say it could be other things. And it's like, who really knows? But that is what so far, just the basics of basic, they have people living there probably had better standards of lives, obviously, from it, just by those basic food staples and water staples at the least, and traveling. Yeah, sorry, kind of drowned off there, but yeah. The geometry is just, it's too intense though. But now I'm going straight into speculation. It's anybody's mind.
That's where I usually want to remain. Like, I don't know. I haven't been there. I haven't had boots on the ground. I'm just scrolling over this map, and it's like, hey, that's an old city, Mark.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And however it came there, and whomever lived there, I don't know.
Right?
It's all up to. I'm just mapping this stuff out for.
That's real research.
Actual researchers to go about and play with it and maybe find something new.
Oh, 100%, brother. These data points are going to become so useful in the future, and like the correlations of it all. Like, look at these massive lines and walls, and like,
this one's fairly interesting in that it has no walls. It's definitely the remains of some city. And then they have this massive canal system here.
Like, right? Look at that. Not a single S bend at all. So how could anybody claim that is natural?
Look at canal running all the way to the river. So they definitely, at some point in history, were able to divert all the water and lead it into this gigantic field of canals, which have all dried up.
And then are those old oil wells now, or what is that other stuff there, right? It could, or active oil wells, would be interesting correlation if it is. Looks like what Dutch shows a lot of in the U.S. All the old oil wells.
I think I have like remains of old oil wells too. That's here, like close to
those canals would have nothing to do with all of that.
There's a lot of that going on here. That's all old oil wells. All of those circles and
really, so you got lots of those mapped out. That's epic, because one thing I've read and that has fascinated me since reading it, and I was in a geology class at the time, or like post the secondary, like a university, that the Russians Academy of Science or the Soviets Academy of Sciences, something like that, had this theory that some of these oil wells and oil cavities like refilled themselves and were like not made from dinosaur bones, but in fact were these different type of inner functioning of whatever the hell is below us.
This is something I wondered. Why do they call it mineral oil?
Right.
Oil, the stuff that we put in our cars eventually, in planes and all, it's mineral oil. It doesn't say fossil oil. We just call it fossil fuels, but it's mineral oil.
Yeah. Right? Why do they try to get you to say fossils each time? Like, it's
because they want you to believe the big lizard narrative.
Yeah.
They start indoctrinating the big lizard narrative when you come out of the womb.
Yeah.
Look at babies wearing their little dinosaur onesies and stuff. It's everywhere.
I
They
swear
want you
Ogo
to
Pogo
buy-
is real, all right? And I experienced a Dragon Thunderbird something or other, and it was in Drumheller where the Royal Trail Museum stuff is. I don't know. Who knows? But I personally think that there was giant everything at one point in time, but it's probably not anytime recently.
They only pushed the giant lizard narrative on you.
Yes, that is key. That is key. Good point.
Why is there
yes.
no big trees? Why is there no huge buildings? Why is there none of that stuff? It's just the big lizard.
Yeah, and then they admit now more recently, there was the big sloths, the big beavers, the big everything mammals, even giant kangaroos and wombats, but they can't admit to there being giant humans. But how come every other mammal and reptile there was giants of, but they can't say giant humans? And of course, giant trees.
Even though the evidence for them is mounting, right? I mean, you go throughout history, people finding giant skeletons. Giant trees, yes, absolutely.
So I specifically, when saying giant trees, I think it specifically applies to the basalt columned ones that like literally look like massive petrified tree trunks, and that it's those ones that would have been from like, all of the Hopi legends and the different times of the suns, and that there was essentially must have been this Titan time way before. Who knows? Something, right? Something. Oh, hello, Luke. Thank you for joining us, sleeping prophets, Luke.
I'm eating crisps.
Crisps.
At 8 in the morning.
All right, boys. Well, I think I'm gonna get off here. It was a good time.
Yeah,
Appreciate
for sure.
all of you.
It's 5 hours long. This was an epic stream to have everyone back together and starting some real research again, putting in the time, and let's make many, many more of these. And everybody's invited to partake in research because that's what it's about.
Thank you all for tuning in to my newest episode of Ancient History.
And TT is going to be TT2 maybe, or maybe just TT, or hopefully Illuminati confirmed, or who
just
knows.
T now. Mr. T.
He's dropped it to the single T. It's no longer Prince. It's no longer Tartarian Truth. It is.
Oh, that's another cool one. Look at that.
T.
That's Iraq.
I appreciate you guys. Peace out.
Much love, Shao.
Cheers.
Thanks, brother.
But yeah, anyway.
That's what I dubbed circuit board cities, because they look like circuit boards.
We'll have to do more of this
right?
tomorrow.
The ancient megalith stuff. Exactly. I was so sad to find out that oh my god, now I forgot her name. Dang it. It'll come back to me. She was in Calgary, the professor that does the Egyptology on Netflix. She has the Pyramid Code series. Carmen Bolter, there we go. See, came back to me, but she had passed about a year ago. But she, and then Michelle Gibson and her circuit board Earth research and all of that, as well as Michael Tellinger going into it. But what you're showing here, Mike, 13th Monkey, this is what needs to be uncovered, and that legitimately Carmen Bolter was like a real she was at the University of Calgary, and then she would also go over to Egypt and was trying to apply to dig out these underground sections of the desert that everybody's forbidden from. And we definitely need to look into more of them, and especially Luke, like just the couple episodes you found, and like the dam there, and that the quarries are literally where Luke. Oh yeah, Luke, you're still there. You haven't quite left.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm sorry.
That the quarries you found where that 1,400-foot pyramids were, and like it's just.
Yeah, if you want to hear more about that, go over to my channel, and you can see that.
Yes, his channel, right. Oh no, that's to TT because TT's originals are no more. Where the heck? I swear I bookmarked it. All right, I gotta.
I for one am glad that Shem put up a new channel. We need people like
100%.
Shem criticizing researchers that make bollocks of their work.
Oh, so Shem he's back. He's definitely back.
That's good.
I hope so.
I was sad to see he deleted his channel, but good to see he's back. Like I said, we need people that criticize.
Exactly.
As long as he's not criticizing me because I have a thin skin. I like criticizing others.
Right? Like, oh man, I was triggered and angry the first time I experienced Shem criticizing me and that like making a mockery of me, and then I was like, you know what?
You might
Good
say you
on
felt
you. It is
ashamed.
hilarious. I felt ashamed, very ashamed, and then I fixed my behavior and appreciated his accountability of it. And then I've since like even given him sections of like, yeah, you want to poke fun of this like little fuck up I did, and like I guess then he feels like he shouldn't when I try to like
You disarmed him by being like, hey bro, laugh at me. And he's like, oh no, I don't want to. You mind gamed him.
Love you all. Much love, Shem. Much love. All right. So I just posted Luke's channel again.
You see, I avoided Shem's hammer by
Mike's
just not
channel.
being an idiot.
You can post my
Yeah.
channel, but I'm still not really in the mood to make videos. I'll
For
gladly
sure,
like
but
join.
in the future you will.
He's not in the mood, guys, all right? He needs a candlelit dinner and the right music.
That's it.
It's true.
We need to set this environment and tease it
Oh
out.
my goodness, I have to. And definitely everybody that is watching, you must go subscribe to 13th Monkey. He's at 982 subscribers right now. Get him up to 1,000. Come on, go subscribe to 13th
I don't even
Monkey
keep up with that stuff.
because
almost
look at how
1,000.
close you are.
Let's
Go subscribe to 13th Monkey. Get him that.
You'll be
1,000,
getting
that
monetized
1K.
any minute now.
Right, get him that 1K. Sell his soul to possibly at monetization.
Can I be part of that club of people that gets paid by the government
You
on a low level?
You too can volunteer to be a slave to the algorithms of the alphabet agencies that is known as Google that controls YouTube, that runs our lives.
I get paid by the government to take down the government.
Fuck, I wish. I'm a broke ass. Goddamn. But thank you everybody who has donated and for all of your support. On that note, it is 5 hours, 10 minutes in.
And if anyone wants to go and donate to me, feel free because I really need some more money. I'm
We are all a bunch of broke ass, despite the claims by larger channels that I'm getting us are government funded.
Believe it or not, but internet historian really doesn't pay that well.
No, I found that like after well over 5,000 hours of mapping stuff.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Penny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I sit here reading a book, jotting the notes, playing my video, and then I just look around like, no money.
Where is this government beneficiary you've all been talking about?
I don't have government benefits because I've been working on this instead of getting a goddamn job. Fuck my life. Oh man. But yes, Illuminati confirmed.
Oh well, you're on six
Somebody
figures.
pay to have my
$6.
rotten teeth removed, please. Am I kidding? I don't know. Or send me a magic cure.
Yeah, just about when we're done. I'm going for a drive in my Ferrari, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. We come onto the streams with cigars hanging out of our mouths,
Only when Sherry Ives sends them to us.
Tuxedos, like, yeah, just filming this one from a casino, boys. Yeah, so this right here is a bit of Tartaria, isn't it? Yeah, 2,000 on black, mate. Yeah.
And before I end this, on the actual sad note, the regrettable loss of anybody that knows of the podcaster Davy Crocco passing, and it's a very terrible, sad, tragic loss. He actually had several YouTube channels deleted, and like he's actually had a decent following on OdySee because he just kept getting deleted, and now him tragically passing. It's like, can YouTube restore it now that thank you so much, Esley, for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate it. By the time YouTube finally gives it to me, I may get a coffee, and that is epic. But by the way inflation is going, it will probably be a down payment on a coffee that will be shipped from China in 6 months from now. I don't know. I guess we should say goodbye and play a shout out, Certus, to the AI.
If anyone wants to donate, by the way, I just whacked my Cash App in the chat.
As I'm Canadian,
I don't have Cash Apps.
Yes, and as I'm Canadian, Cash App doesn't work. If you do have to donate and want to help out Brother Luke, by all means, until I figure out a way around to those that need. Love you all. Catch you on the next one.